final. We've got Singapore, lane 3, New Zealand in lane 4, the Japan in lane 5, and Australia out there in lane 6. Just waiting for our last boat. That's lane 4. Excuse me, that's our New Zealand. Gosh, don't they look good, this 500. Thinking of all the 200s we did yesterday, and we're looking down the course. Whoa, it's a long way for that 500. But all these international athletes, it's going to be well within their ability, no doubt. Thank you to those volunteers that put their names forward to help in the holding of the boats. Just makes the program just run that little bit smoother. So it looks like we're ready for a start in our first event of this morning. And we're away. Good clean start. May it continue for the rest of the day. It's a big program. And finishing until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I had a quick look, and really too early to say who's jumped out of here. That's a good 200 completed, and I'm just looking through my binoculars and I just still can't see any team at all as we're approaching the 250. Maybe just over there, excuse me, the Japan over there in lane 5, going very well in the white boat, but still too early to call as we're coming up to the 200. And I think maybe now, just with a great kick on the outside, it's Australia. That's Dark, McInnes, Moore and Sakura in that boat. Great race from them. This is a straight final. Great kick from the white boat in the middle, lane 5, Australia, but maybe still just at this stage, Australia with their nose in front, hitting the yellow line with 100 to go. Here come the New Zealand crew. Good to hear the cheering coming on to bring them home. But it looks like Australia might take first blood for this morning. A good clear boat length. It's going to be a fight for second, and I would just say maybe Japan has got it up for second. As we look at these, that's going to be hard to call. But I would certainly give it to Australia in the glare of the sun. And then Japan, followed by New Zealand. And just coming home here now in lane 3, Singapore. Congratulations to the Australian quartet. Great race. Very close all the way down the course. That was hard to call. Well, once again, that's a sign of things to come for the day. It's going to be non-stop. First race off, a final. That's the way we do it. Congratulations, unofficially, of course, to Australia, but I think they took that comfortably. And I must quickly say, isn't it great to see all these teams in their nation's colours? right on the eve of, especially poignant for our Australian brothers and sisters from across the Tasman in light of tomorrow's events. So here we go. At least we've got some heats coming up here now. So the under 16 men's K2 500. There's no crews in lanes 1 or 2, but we've got Singapore in lane 3. We have New Zealand in lane 4. Australia in lane 5. New Zealand in lane 6, and Australia again in lane 7. So 2 Australian crews, 2 New Zealand crews, and a crew from Singapore there. Just a reminder, these are the heats. But knowing these young men, they'll be racing heats, semi-finals, finals, repecharges, whatever gets thrown at them, as if they were finals. Once you put those nation's colours on your back, that pride just steps up. So here we are, 10 very proud young men representing their countries here. And we've got a start, all clear. And a nice clean start it is. Ooh, looks like lane 5, they've got a great start away. And also over there in lane 6, New Zealand, that's McKendry and Monk, going very well. And also down here on the inside, Singapore. Of course, Singapore with their great starting ability, going very well indeed. But here we go, just like the previous race, throw a blanket across all crews. That pride is coming to the fore. No quarter expected, no quarter given in these sorts of races, not when it comes to your nation. So approaching the 250 mark with 250 gone, maybe just here on the inside as all 5 crews going through a little bit of a glassy patch here. That's Singapore still holding a very, very slender lead. And in the middle there, Australia, Island and Glue, had big racing all through the weekend. Just coming up with the 200 to go. Still anybody's race here. Maybe just the New Zealand crew there, Jarvis and Kennedy, just dropping back a bit. Australia definitely finding another gear in this heat. That's Island and Glue in lane 5. Very strong. Their countrymen on lane 7, Cornwall and Dickerman. Also coming strong, probably going to make this an Aussie 1-2. Just think they may have just had a wee talk on the boat. We've done enough. Just hold it at this, which they're going to do. And here we go into that glare. Gosh, the lines. People are going to have a job at judging this. On go the polarised, I think, glasses to look through that. That's pretty tough. So that was our first heat of the under 16 men's K2 500. Unofficially give that to Australia, lanes 1 and lane 5 and 7. Congratulations to them. Okay, the third event coming around now. Gosh, this is just lovely seeing this all work like clockwork. So again, 5 crews in here. No crews lanes 1 or 2. So our first crew that we'll see closest to us is a crew from Singapore. Then New Zealand in lane 4, Australia in lane 5. And Singapore, another crew from Singapore in lane 6. And out there, furthest away from us in lane 7 is Japan. Didn't see a Japanese crew in the first heat. Okay, we've got this race underway, and if it's anything like the two races, we won't know anything for the first 250. You could throw a blanket across them. So during this time, I've just had a call from Tony. Could you please not use the ramp this morning? That's the concrete ramp. Just get into and out of your boats on the jetty. You think the ramp is slippery, but the jetty is still very slippery around that wooded area, so still be very, very careful. So into and out of your boats only on the jetty, please, not on the ramp. All right, here we go. Oh, finally, says J Mac, a nice easy race to call, because looking at that in the 250, it's the Singapore pairing of Wang and Diaz Thang, who are, that's a good, comfortable lead for them in lane 3. In this second heat, the New Zealand pairing of Jarvis and Kennedy just finding the pace a little bit tough in there in lane 4, just buttoning it all off. Coming home, just chugging home, it looks like the Australian crew in lane 5. Of course, they would have been told where they need to get, what they need to do to make the final. All important for the lane draw. So nice, what would appear to be a nice comfortable win here. Singapore, lane 3, chugging into the line here, just doing what they need to do on their right. Lane 5, Australia, and next to them would be the other New Zealand crew, second, third, and out there coming home for 4th, the Australian crew. Looks maybe our New Zealand crew here in lane 4. Just having a few truck troubles there. Now they've made it home. Great racing there by the Singapore pair of Diaz Thang and Wang. Alright, so event 4 now. We're going on to the under 18 women, a straight final in the K4. We see those big boats on the water. My humble apologies in that last race. I was just looking at the wrong sheet there, but I think I got the call right. Singapore still got up for the first placing, and that was Ching and Ching, so congratulations to them. And Australia coming home, that was Alice and Jacob for their second spot. Gosh, it's hard to see into that glare. What a place to put a finish line. Anywho, we can't be worried about that. I'm sure we've got the cameras and stuff to filter out the sun. Of course, we'd rather have it than not, of course. Just a wee grizzle on my behalf. Here we go. Just a wind here, crosswind. I don't think we had this wind through the weekend. So, just maybe a little bit tougher in those outside lanes. Still very fair coming down the course. So we're just waiting for these big boats to come through here. Event 4, a straight final. We saw our first event, the under 16. This is the under 18 woman. We've got Singapore in lane 3. Japan are in lane 4. Australia in lane 5, and on the outside lane there we have New Zealand. Just watch for this inside crew, the fast starting Singapore team. Just waiting for the Japanese team to back in, bring their boat around. A little bit tougher with the wind. There's a lot of wind, a lot of sail area on these big boats with 4 people in them. None of these 18-year-olds well versed on just how to draw the nose over. The back seats can't really do much. 3 and 4, so the strokes 1 and 2 being out the front, just pulling the nose over here, just looking like they've got a wee bit of difficulty there. The other crews look great. Here we come, just pulling the nose around. Looks like we're there now, ready for a start. A great start, nice clean start. Gosh, that's 4 out of 4. These internationals know how to do it. And yet, Singapore, without fail, jumping out of that start. And maybe Australia, that's Bailey, Jens, Lowry and Raywood. Great crew, great racing the last 3 days. Looking very strong over there in lane 5. The Japanese crew in lane 4 just finding it tough going at the moment. On the outside, New Zealand, McGibbon, Morley, Joyce and Akoi also holding it with them. Probably now just up and over Singapore as we hit the 250. It's going to be a 2-boat race, Australia and New Zealand in this under 18 women's. And as we're coming into the 200, I will give it to Australia, maybe a quarter of boat length. These young ladies in the under 18, they won't lie down. They're going to give a big kick here, I am sure of that. Good to hear the cheering going up. Here comes Australia. They've got them right where they need them, right behind them, holding their own. Here we go. Both kicks. A lovely kick there by the Australian team pulling away. Stopping their authority. It's going to be close here for third. I think we've got first and second sewing up, Australia and New Zealand respectively, but coming home here in third, the pride on the line here. We've got Singapore and Japan. Singapore just jumped ahead. Well done to Singapore. And well done for Japan. You never gave up. That's what the coaches like to see. Never giving up. Well done to them. And that was the final. Unofficially, I would give it to Australia. Then New Zealand from lane 6. And just down here on the inside, what a great fight that was in the last 100 metres to go to Singapore. And congratulations to Japan. I know we finished 4th, but you fought all the way. So well done to you. So that's event 4 out of the way. Moving right along. Love these starts. So here we go. Some more heats. These are the under 18 men's K2. So 6 in the first heat. We've got Ferguson and Swirl from New Zealand in lane 2. Singapore, Ang and Pan in lane 3. Another New Zealand pairing of Baker and Rogers from New Zealand are in lane 4. We've got Singapore, In lane 5, that's Luther and Koi Lang, and we've got Shimatsu and Oda from Japan in 6, and Heaton Armstrong and Tamblin from Australia in lane 7. So 2 crews from Singapore in 3 and 5, watch for their fast starts, and 2 New Zealand crews in lanes 2 and 4, and out there in lane 6 is Japan and, as I say, Australia in 7. Looks like they're set to go, all crews there. Oh, there we go, our first false start, and that's a false start called on the Singapore team from lane 3. That's Ang and Pan. Oh, it might be a little bit more scarier now than it has been for the last 3 days of being an international. And a false start there, also called on lane 6, Japan. Yeah, we don't want people coming from all around the Pacific to go home and mum and dad, grandparents, how did you go? Oh, we got disqualified. Not the great conversational start one would want. So yeah, and as I say, international rules, I'll confirm that, but I'm sure they'll be evoked. Right, we're all back in. It was just a quick backup, which was good, which I'd expect from these under 18. Set to go. Just a reminder, please don't use the ramp, only use the jetty to get in and out of your boats. Alright, so we've got a start. We never heard the beep, but yes, out here, New Zealand, Ferguson and Swill. Great start from them, and on the outside lane, Heaton Armstrong and Tamblin in lane 7, also a great start from them. I think those 2 crews are bookending the race as we're approaching 250 gone, 250 to go. Look at the trails, look at the wash behind, all 6 wash. Just goes to show, even though there's a little bit of a ruffle on the water, here comes Singapore. Great kick from Singapore there in lane 3. That's Ang and Pan. They've just come right up. They chased, they hunted down that high glow buoy line. Bang, here they come. So I've been calling how great their starts have been through the weekend. But look at this finish from this pairing, the Singapore pairing. Maybe still just holding their own. They are here in lane 2 for this first heat. The Kiwi pairing of Ferguson and Swirl just doing what they need to do, racing all alone, a lonely race out there, and a big kick from then out there in lane 7, Australia, Heaton Armstrong. They may just now be coming up for first spot here. I can't see that once again into the glare. I may give it to them. I think they got there in the end. Australia out there in lane 7. Heaton Armstrong and Tamlin in the first heat, doing what they need to do to qualify for the next round. But wash it, guys, great to see that kick from Singapore. They came up just before, probably really at the 250 mark. They did a big kick, raced into that 200. Good to see. That'll put a smile on the coach's face, because it's hard to go. You've just raced 300 metres to pick the boat up. Only 2 of you in there. So they must have full faith in one another. So congratulations to them. I'll leave that officially up to, it's still hard to see in the glare. The sun is swinging round a little bit. So that was the first heat of the under-18 men's out the way. Event 6 rolling straight on through to Event 6. Now that's the second and final heat of these under-18 men. Only 5 crews in this one, 6 in the previous. I see all 5 lined up. They're in the blocks ready to go. New Zealand are in lane 3. Japan are in lane 4. Australia in lane 5. Singapore in lane 6. And over there in lane 7, Australia. Just waiting for that white boat on New Zealand just to swing around a little bit more. Just not quite in line. As is Australian pairing of Dunbar and Veasley. Oh, got a false start there. That's going to put us behind. It was due to go at 8:25, so the other crew who did false start we didn't lose too much time on them. Just as we're waiting for this start, I was just talking to one of the Australian team leaders downstairs, telling us how our weather's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be a chilly one tomorrow. Alright, that's us. Now we're underway as he does an uneasy pause, thinking maybe we could still have a false start because they've been calling them back. But it certainly looks like Australia, that's Dunbar and Veasley, they once again are pairing that have been racing well all weekend. Bang, just like that, out in front. Over to their left, racing out of lane 3, that's Chamberlain and Gilbertson. Kayak Gilbertson, that would be from New Zealand, holding it with them. So definitely between those two crews. Forget, this is a heat. They're still going hammer and tongs. It's nice to know, you know, just going into a final or into the next round that, you know, you had a good race, you've got to put a good one under your belt. But certainly it's Australia, Dunbar and Veasley in lane 5, cutting the 200 line first. Very close here. The other Australian pairing of Paiska and Rice out there in lane 7. Very close here. Maybe I'd still just give it to the New Zealand crew here on the inside lane 3. But no doubt about it, chugging up to the line now. They've done enough. They can button off. We just turn that into a 400 metre race. Why not? And coming home in second spot down here in lane 3. Little puffs of wind going across the course. That just makes it a little bit more challenging. You can see it ruffling on the water. Yeah, and I'd give it to coming home third out there, Australia, lane 7. So that's our under 18 men's. That was our second heat, done and dusted. A couple of false starts there we've had already this morning for those 2 heats. So here we go, rolling on into another final. These are the big girls now, under 21. So Australia and New Zealand side by side. Australia are closest to us. Watching them coming around. Yeah, just looking at our weather for the folks going home tomorrow for early flights. If you think it's a wee bit chilly now, you wait till tomorrow morning because it's going to be 1 degree. So welcome to New Zealand. You'll be leaving on quite a crisp morning. We like that in the Waikato. If we get a crisp morning, it means it's going to be a beautiful day later on. As we say in New Zealand, no such thing as bad weather in New Zealand. We don't have bad weather in New Zealand, it's just you're inappropriately dressed. So we're in the starter's hand here. Just you guys, just slow your boats, please. This is an international final. Good clean start. Great clean start for these two crews. So Australia is closest to us. That's Bates, Smythe, Wills, Grace and Locke for this under-21 crew. And New Zealand are in lane 5. They're the furthest boat. Garrett, Pedroot, Cox and Lawson. And, whoa, how often do you think these two crews have raced against one another over the last couple of years? They'll know one another well. Also raced them individually. We race them in the K2s. But just coming down here now, 250 completed. Aussie certainly got their noses in front. Certainly got their noses in front here. Don't expect this Kiwi crew to sit back and say we'll be happy with our silver. That's not in their DNA, and it's certainly not in Australia's DNA to sit there on their laurels and think we've got this sewn up. So you can still see that power coming through the blades. Expect it, oh, there it is, nice big pickup. Both crews from New Zealand, Australia countering. They've done enough. Here we go, another big pickup from the Kiwi crew. And again, Australia counter. Coming down to the line, not clear water from bow to stern, but a certainly convincing win nonetheless. As we go into the glare, well done to Australia, well done to New Zealand. That was a straight final for the under-21 women. And here we have another straight final. This is, this time, the under-21 men's K2 500. This is probably going to be one of the fastest races of the day, excluding the conditions, other than the K4s, of course, because these K2s, these young men, 21 they may only be, but they can make these boats fly. So two crews from Australia, two crews from New Zealand. So closest to us, the New Zealand crew, pairing of McGuinness and McGibbon. Then in come the Australian crew, Clues and Morris. Then another New Zealand crew, Brown and Nataki. And then Australia, Eager and Spencer. So it goes New Zealand, Australia, New Zealand and Australia. We're just waiting for the Aussie crew, that's Clues and Morris, back on in. You can see just the puffs of wind coming across the course now. It's probably come as they're racing down the course at about, I'd say, 7, 8 o'clock to them. So slight tailwind, they can take advantage of that. And out first time, pleasing to see, event 8, bang on time at 8:35. This is a final. This is the under-21 men's K2. And out of the blocks very quickly indeed here on the inside. That's McGuinness and McGibbon from New Zealand. Can see those black bibs. And maybe, just maybe, it could be New Zealand first and second here. Also going very well out there in lane 5 is Brown and Nataki. The Aussie pairing in the middle there. Clues and Morris just slipping back a bit. So Country Pride is going to be left up to Eager and Spencer out there in lane 6. Going very well also. I think second is going to be between them, lanes 5 and lane 6. You know what, I'm still not discounting this crew, Australia, in lane 4. We can expect a big kick from them as they've come in through the 200. But it looks like New Zealand, first and second here. Hammers are still down. Oh, here we go. Bit of Country Pride happening here between the Kiwi crews. A great kick out there from lane 5, Brown and Nataki. They want the gold medal. They're going for the gold medal. Oh, we're paddling through the treacle now here in lane 3. The New Zealand crew just being rode over by here. And it's going to be lane 5. Brown and Nataki just coming home with a great kick. Well done, New Zealand first and second. Australia out there, Edgar and Spencer. But oh, that was a great kick to see. All the way down the course, McGuinness and McGibbon with about 100 metres to go. You felt for them, didn't you? Just 100 metres. And it's that horrible dream of walking through sticky tar and treacle and the piano falling out of the sky and why isn't my teammate kicking a little bit harder? I'm giving everything I can. But that's why we race. Well done to them. So that was a straight final, under 21 men. Got away nice and clean, rolling on through now. Here we go. Another final, K2, full lanes here. Got a wee way to go. It's due to go at 8:50. That's about 12 minutes away. So we'll take a wee rest, turn the music up, wait for these K2 crews to get down there. Might be time to whip down and grab a coffee.
You can marry an architect, build you a house out on the water that really impresses your father. Yeah. You can find some grown-up friends, drink some wine in California, but even if you cut it shorter, you'll always have long blonde hair. You'll always be Memphis queen. You'll always be my first time in New Orleans. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, I'll never be 23 with anyone but you. You can marry who you want, go back to Tennessee, but you'll never be 23 with anyone but me. We'll always have Fort Beach, we'll always have Delta nights, we'll always be in between real love and real life. You can ride the train to work, straighten out your accent in the city, like your folks ain't from Mississippi. Yeah. You probably got an office view, wearing those skirts you always hated. Yeah, you're so sophisticated, but I bet you
Here we go, another straight final, event 9. This is the under 16 women's K2 500. All 9 lanes are occupied with crews. So lane 1 closest to us, we've got Japan, lane 2 Singapore, lane 3 our first New Zealand crew of Padroot and Roland. Again, this is over 500 metres, folks. Lane 4 Singapore, lane 5 another Japanese crew, lane 6 New Zealand, lane 7 Australia, lane 8 New Zealand, and lane 9 Australia. So just one of the crews looks like they're crossing the course now. Little late down to the start. Just waiting there with our New Zealand crew of O'Leary and Cortel. Just as you can imagine, boats, they were just waiting for their K2 to come in, quickly got it, and away, no fuss. Big thank you to those other teams waiting. So this is a final. The under 16 woman. Good clean start, all crews out of the block. This is our first 9-lane race for the day. Good to see K2, and as expected, Singapore, lane 2 in the red vests, jumping away well. Also lane 1, Japan doing very, very well on the inside here. Still very close to call. Looks like out there, lane 7, Cassidy and Dark from Australia, also doing very well. Coming up to the 250 mark, they're sorting themselves well and truly out now, but I'll still give it just down here on the inside perhaps. This is lane 1, the Japan. Still, oh, just as and they're in. Oh, Japan, they were doing so well, they were leading the race. Just a wee touch of the buoy line, I think. They recovered. And then in the drink they went, literally, and that's opened the door for Singapore in lane 2, and they have taken it in lane 2. So they've gone from first to second to first by default. And here comes the chase boat, thank goodness for them. Coming home here now, into the last 100 metres. Looks like maybe hard to tell in this glare. I think that is lane 7. Yes, lane 7. That's the Australian pairing of Cassidy and Dark. Oh, and Singapore, they could drop back here a placing if they're not careful, but they've probably done enough to hold second spot. Third's going to be a tough call. Oh, but didn't you feel for Japan? They were doing so well. I think, you know, they were certainly up and giving the Australian pairing a run for their money before disaster struck. Oh, I think they just hit that buoy line with their right blades. That's pretty unforgiving when you're racing down there and you hit something solid. Your blades expecting to go into the water and they're not. Oh, heartbreak for them. But congratulations to Australia. Great race from them out there in lane 7, I think it was. Cassidy and Dark. Bit close to call for the third place. I'll pull up our app. Still glary out there, a little bit better than what it was, that's for sure. So we'll just wait for those results to come through. There was event 9, anyway, rolling on in now to event 10. This is the under 16 men's K4, another final here, 3 crews. We've got New Zealand in lane 4, Singapore lane 5, Australia lane 6. Some of these young men already been called out today, having a very busy program. Ready to go here with event 10. It's the under 16 men's K4 500. Well, we look like we were set. Australia just coming out of the blocks, just resetting. Maybe just a bit of wind blowing the bow around. So they've just popped out. Certainly wasn't a false start. And they come again. Oh, we're waiting for a 4th crew, were we? Just coming across here. My program only said 3. I'll have a look here on the app. That says 3. I think that actually, when I saw them go out, there may be another New Zealand crew just sneaking in there. For these under 16 men. Or perhaps not. Nope, they've backed off the course. Probably the wrong event. So as we were, folks, the original 3 crews of New Zealand in lane 4, Singapore in lane 5, and Australia in lane 6, and a great start there by all 3 teams in this under 16 men's. Yeah, Singapore without fail, bang. Still very early to show, but look at those blades in sync. One of the coach's dreams is as they get videoed and there's a little boat going alongside and they're videoing it, And at any stage, if they decide to push the pause button, whether on the catch, the entry, or the exit, and all those four shafts are absolutely parallel to one another, you'll always get a big smile on the coach's face. And here we come down, Singapore still holding off, New Zealand to their left and Australia to their right. But here come the Australian crew, as to be expected. They made a pretty stern stuff as they cut the 200 metre line. 200 to go. All crews just picking it up again. This is a gold medal on the line, folks. This is country pride. Singapore digging deep. They've still got it. Maybe a bridge too far for New Zealand. Not for Australia, however. Oh, look at that Singapore crew kick again in unison. Somebody's caught an up in that boat as they race towards the line. Here it comes. It's coming up really quick. Well done to them. Singapore from start to finish over this 500. Australia, to their credit, they had a go at them. Singapore not to be denied. Well done to you. Excellent racing. Excellent racing. So going to have a break from the finals for a while, thank goodness for that, and roll on into some heats for event 11. So we've got the under 18 women's K2, 2 heats of these, so no crews as we're watching them come around. No crews in lanes 1 and 2. We've got New Zealand in lane 3, Japan are in lane 4, Australia in lane 5, Singapore lane 6, and New Zealand in lane 7. Just had it all clear from our starters. Just waiting for the blue boat of Singapore as they back in. All set to go, all 5 crews ready in this under 18. And a nice clean start for this heat of the under 18 woman. And now they're well and truly into their work. Hull speed up, running. Let's see if we can maintain it, lengthening these strokes, which they duly do. And this 500, you can't be raiding out of the blocks as we can in the 200. Ooh, just a wee bit of a slip there by the Japanese crew. Again, we saw what happened in the final there, in the K2 before. So in lane 4, Fukugawa and Hiroto from Japan just slipping back now as we're coming up to the 250, just here on the inside. Cleghorn and Brimlow from New Zealand, and maybe, just maybe, out there in lane 7, that's McGibbon and Morley. Graham Morley, what a busy program she had over the weekend. Gosh, she's one fit athlete, is that young lady, in lane 7. So just for our first heat here, maybe looking like New Zealand in lane 3, buttoning off now, done what they need to do, know where they need to get to qualify for the next round. And over there in lane 7, that's our pairing of McGibbon and Morley. They've buttoned off as well, as has Australia. Just in the heats, holding their own. So I'll give it over there to lane 7. That's McGibbon and Morley that are going to take out this first heat for the under 18. Chugging up now from lane 3 is the other New Zealand pairing of Cleghorn and Brimlow. Crossing the line, and then Australia into 3rd spot. That's Bailey and Raywood. They'll be happy. Got that under their belt. Progressing into the next round. That was our first heat of the under 18 women. Event 11. Now event 12. This is the second heat of the under 18 woman. Again, 5 crews in it. We're going to see Singapore in lane 3. That's them in the white boat coming into dock, spinning around. We've got New Zealand in lane 4. They're in there in the red boat. Australia, lane 5. They are coming around. Another Singapore crew in lane 6. And Japanese crew in lane 7, Torihara and Tirako in lane 7. Right, looks like all 5 crews are set for the second and final heat of this under 18 women's event 12, due to go at 9:05. We're about that now. A nice clean start out of the blocks. Big thank you to that Australian K4 stopping. Good sportsmanship. Thank you for that. Nice clean start out of the block. Maybe New Zealand. That's Joyce and Arkoi in lane 4 showing early. And on their right, Australia. That's Lowry and McBennett also showing out very well. And you can just see them now. They've just paddled through this roughly water. And eyes are on. Let's see who can break into this nice calm water first. I think it might be Australia. They're well into their work. That's Australia lane 5, Lowry and McBennett. I think they're well advanced now on the other 4 crews. Coming down into the luminous buoy line, the high glow buoys. You can see them just coming into that glassy water first. And there they go. They've just cut that line now. Definitely Australia. It's going to be close between 2nd and 3rd. The Singapore pairing in lane 3, giving the New Zealand girls a run for their money in lane 4. But no doubt about it, and you can see the control in that boat of Australia. Lowry and McBennett, they've done all they need to do. A lovely little kick. Oh, and here that's closing up now. Don't know what the race plan is and how many boats go through to the final, but it's going to be a judge's nightmare because we've got them pretty much all lined up. And a great kick here from lane 3 from Singapore, also going well out the other lane in lane 5. But no doubt about it, that is Australia. Sorry, it's Singapore lane 6. It closed up over that last 100. Would leave that to the judges. Maybe down here on the inside, it could have been Singapore, just rolled over. Joyce and Arkoi from New Zealand. So we've got another final here. The big boys are stepping up from the under 18s. So we've got 5 crews in here. Every nation represented. So Japan in lane 3, Singapore lane 4, New Zealand lane 5, another Singapore crew in lane 6, and Australia there in lane 7. We see them backing on in. So we're set to go here for event 13. Straight final this, the under 18 men's K4 500. Gosh, they look great, don't they? 5 crews down there, looking down the course. 20 young men knowing full well what needs to be done. This is no heat, this is no semi-final. This is a one race event to get a gold medal in your back pocket. Have a bit of pride for your country. Singapore, they get 2 stabs at it. They've got a crew in lane 4 and lane 6. And it is a good clean start from all 5 crews. And just look at them now, well into their work. Who's that in lane 5? New Zealand, Ferguson, Swill, Chamberlain and Gilbertson. Going very, very well indeed. Also down here on the inside, Japan got a great start. And the first crew, Singapore lane 4, Sia, Ang, Pan and Nguyen, also going very well. And way up there on the outside, Australia, not to be done with, as we're 250, done and dusted. Coming up now with 200 to go, and it's still Singapore, maybe just over Australia. Japan just finding it a bit tough going, and I'd probably give that to the outside crew of Australia. They look like the first crew to cut that 200 buoy line. Going very, very well on the outside. Pretty lonely race there for them as the other Singapore crew drops back. Big kick here. Great kick from the New Zealand team. They have just walked up and over the Singapore crew. It's going to be a 2-boat race, Australia and New Zealand. Just maybe giving it still to Australia. Oh, here come New Zealand. Here come the Kiwis flying home. Have Australia done enough? They may just have done enough to hold off, and in fact they do. Well done to them and the Singapore crew from lane 4 coming home. Australia. You've got to give credit where credit's due. That was a pretty lonely race out there in lane 7 by them. In fact, I'd go so far as to say they had to time trial that race. And then as they came home, New Zealand at least had some crews left and right about them. Great racing, excellent racing from these young men in the under 18 K4 500. But no doubt about it, out there in lane 7, that was Dunbar, Pierscar, Tamblin and Veasley. Great pedigree in that boat for the under 18 men. Well done, gentlemen. So another final coming up here. This is event 14. Gosh, these finals are coming thick and fast. Where would you be today? Could be at work. Hey, could be at work. In fact, that's where I should be, but lucky I've got another tutor taking my class for me. I'd rather be here, wouldn't I, Karen? Can't say no to Karen. When she asks, she flutters those eyelids, flashes her pearly whites. You just go, oh, of course I will, Karen. The fact that she asked me over the phone is minor technicality. I know she would have been fluttering her eyelids and flashing her pearly whites. There we go, these K2s coming down now, due to go at 9:15. 4 boats in it for the under 21 women. 2 crews from Australia, 2 crews from New Zealand. So at least one country's always going to walk home with a medal. Sadly, however, somebody isn't. One crew is not. Coming around to the start. So Pedroot and Lawson from New Zealand in lane 3. Bates and Locke from Australia. They're in lane 4. Cox and Garrett, New Zealand in lane 5. And Wills Grace and Smythe from Australia in lane 6. Seen most of these ladies in a K4 already this morning. I see 3, 4 crews. Yeah, they're all there. Okay, so we've just had a call from big race official here, Matt Warren. Could we have all team managers, please? All team managers to just report to downstairs at the bottom of the finish tower. That's all team managers. So here we go. Great start in this under 21 women's K4, maybe just showing out here, lane 3, Pedroot and Lawson from New Zealand. Great start from them, excellent start. Look, still very close, maybe if anything now. Oh, here we go, Australia here, that's the pairing of Bates and Locke in lane 4. They're well into their work now, nice, strong strength going through the boat. And out there, the other Australian pairing of Smythe and Wills Grace. So could quite be here, Australia 1 and 2, as we come into the 200 to go. I'll certainly give it to Bates and Locke in lane 4, Australia, for this final. They can focus on that finish line. It's going to be a tough call for second and third. Do Australia want a first and second, or is this party going to be spoilt by the New Zealand crew here of Pedroot and Lawson? It could well be. A great kick there by the ladies in black in lane 3. But no doubt about it, it's going to be lane 4, Bates and Locke from Australia, and quite possibly, I think just getting up and over them is Smythe and Wills Grace from Australia for second spot. It will be Aussie 1 and 2. Congratulations, lady. Fought all the way to the finish line. The New Zealand pairing of Pedroot and Lawson getting up for the bronze. Okay, well done to them. And congratulations to Australia, 1 and 2. So here we've had the heats, and now we have the final of race 15. This is for the under 16 men. It's a final. So the K2 500. Jarvis and Kennedy from New Zealand are in lane 1. We've got Wan and Lim Yi from Singapore. They're in lane 2. In lane 3, Cornwall and Dickerman from Australia. In lane 3, Ching and Ching. Gosh, they raced well in their heat, did they, from Singapore. They're in lane 4. Island and Glue from Australia in lane 5. Alison Jacob from Australia, lane 6. I have a funny feeling it's going to be a big grudge match between these two Australian crews racing side by side in lanes 5 and 6. McKendry and Monk, not to be outdone, also raced well. They're racing under New Zealand, of course, in lane 7. Adachi and Kotera from Japan in lane 8. And Days Thang and Wang from Singapore in lane 9. Due to go at 9:40, so we've got a wee bit of a break, 20 minutes. Just a reminder, can we have all the team managers please at the bottom of the tower now? Can we have all of the team managers from all the countries? Even if you think you're the team manager, maybe pop down. So we've got, at least we've got country representative down there. So we need you, just while we've got this little break, this little 20-minute break, to pop down and see Matt.
Now put your hands on the ground, take one step left and one step right. One to the front and one to the side. Clap your hands once and clap your hands twice. And if it looks like this, then you're doing it. A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Erica by my side, a little bit of Rita's all I need, a little bit of Tina's what I see, a little bit of Sandra in the sun, a little bit of Mary all night long, a little bit of Jessica, here I am, a little bit of you makes me your man. A little bit of Monica in my life, a little bit of Erica by my side, a little bit of Rita's all I need, a little bit of Tina's what I see, a little bit of Sandra in the sun, a little bit of Mary all night long, a little bit of Jessica, here I am, a little bit of you makes me your man.
Right now, I just need you to get real loose. Get comfortable. Grab your loved ones, or grab your love partner. And if you're by yourself, no worries. Just follow after me. Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. Lean back, put your hips in it. Let's have some fun. To the left now. To the right. Now take your left hand and put it on your side. Put it on your side. Go roll it.
That's the men's event 16, another straight final here. The under 21 men's K4. This will be the fastest craft we see today. The under 21s men. So ready for a start here now. Race 15, this under 16 men's K2 500. All 9 lanes are filled. And out of the blocks, well, all crews, no false start, good to see. Down here on lane 1, Kennedy and Jarvis from New Zealand showing well. 4 lanes over, Ching and Ching, Singapore. They won their heat, going very, very well indeed. I'd probably maybe just give it to them now, stepping up as to be expected. Island and Glue, the Singapore pairing, they would have been waiting for them. When are they coming? When are they coming? Well, they're coming now with a great head of steam as we approach the 250 mark. Still Singapore holding them off. Did they leave something in the tank in their heats? Going very, very well. The New Zealand crew there in lane 1 just slipping back now. Overridden by the other Singapore pairing of Wan and Lim rather, sorry. But certainly down here, have they got the legs with 200 to go? It's Singapore going very, very well indeed. Ching and Ching. And it looks like Australia may be up on their right. That's Island and Glue and McKendry and Monk over there in lane 7. Not done with yet. Pushing for the silver medal. Looking great. I think nothing's going to take it away from the winners in lane 4 all the way. And just a little bit too far for the New Zealand crew who finishes for bronze. Leaving lane 5, Island and Glue. Great race by them, up for second. Well done, gentlemen. So that was event 15. That was the under 16 men's. Great racing there, the final. Gosh, the medals are going everywhere. Take a brave person to predict who's going to come out on top at the end of the day in this. So here we roll on into another final, which is the K4. We can see them coming into the blocks. Somebody's turned out the lights. Did get a little bit dark. It's just a dark cloud going over because I'm looking out to the west there. I can see a blue cloud. So it's going to come out fine again, folks. So here we have the under 21 men's K4. 2 crews in it. The grudge match. A good Anzac grudge match coming up here between Australia and New Zealand. So Australia closest to us in lane 4. New Zealand out there in lane 5. So Australia, Ego, Clues, Morris and Spencer. New Zealand, McGuinness, Brown, McGibbon and Nataki for the under 21s. They're in the blocks. Oh, listen to that cheering, don't you just love it? Singapore. Congratulations to them in the under 16. And a good clean start. So I'm anticipating, guys, folks, this is going to be the fastest event we're going to see today. And look at that Australian foursome of Edgar, Clues, Morris and Spencer. They have ripped out of the blocks. Great winding up, settled now. Not so fast out of the blocks with New Zealand, but they have certainly settled and probably got into the longer strokes a little bit earlier than Australia. So going very well indeed. They're not going to give it to them. It's going to be a fight to the finish line as we're approaching the 250. I can't separate them at the moment from this angle that I'm in, but New Zealand and their stroke for stroke. Nice long strokes going through the 200. Expect a big pickup here, guys, because this is anybody's race. The New Zealand crew coming home. Australia kicking. They're not going to die wondering. With less than 100 to go, they're going to... Oh, that could cost the New Zealand crew what we call a wee bit of a crab there. They've recovered well. They may have just got a march on Australia. Coming home with just a cockpit, but coming home with a great rate of knots. It will be Australia, but for 500 metres all the way down the course, millimetres in the finish. Look at them, as you should be in a race like that, unable to talk, bent up over your cockpits. Well done, gentlemen. You've done your countries proud. So we'll leave that unofficially. I may give it to New Zealand in lane 5. That was McGuinness, Brown, McGibbon and Nataki. Pushed all, as you'd expect, wouldn't you, from these 21s, Australia and New Zealand. You don't go back home. How did you go? Oh, we just, we threw it in because New Zealand were too far ahead. You'll never ever hear those words come out of an Australian mouth, ever, whatever the sport. So well done. So rolling on in to event 17. This is a final, folks, the under 18 women's K2 500. And just a wee reminder, I know it may sour a few, but the event 9 that we have had, it's been run, that was the under 16 women's K2 500. That's due to go in 10 minutes time, a rerun of that race. Thank you, ladies, for your understanding. The under 16 women's K2 500. As we see coming into the blocks are the under 18 women's K2. So I certainly hope we've got enough K2s out there for them. I'm sure we can shuffle and push and understand. I know there's a wee bit of a backlog on the jetty at the moment, but thank you for not using the ramp. It's very, very slippery, looking after the boats as they're getting away. So all locked up here now for this under 18 women's K2 500, lane 1 Singapore, lane 2 New Zealand, lane 3 New Zealand, lane 4 Australia, lane 5 New Zealand, so 3 New Zealand crews in there, lane 6 Singapore, lane 7 Australia, lane 8 Singapore, and yay, out there in lane 9 we've got some Japanese representation, so well done. So 3 teams from Singapore, 3 teams from New Zealand, and a couple from Australia, lane 4, Lowry and McBennett, and also there in lane 7, Bailey and Raywood from Australia. These young ladies, gosh, they made of stern stuff. So all looking down the course, wind all but dropped off. This race due to go at 9:50. And that's about now. Nice fair conditions out there. we're just waiting for one of this Singapore crew just to come into the final here. So just waiting for the last crews to come in here. They're all on the water. Just being called forward now. So all boats are there now for this 9-lane final. The 18 and under woman, K2, just waiting for one of the Singapore crew to come on in here. I think then after this one we will have event 18, which will be our under 18 men's K2. So a fair few K2s coming up, and then that'll bring us up, draw us up to about 10 o'clock for the rerun of event 9, the under 16 women's K2, which is all 9-lane final. So there's going to be a lot of K2s on the water. So a great start here as he holds his breath. No double hooter. So we have got a good official start here for the under 18 women's K2 500 metre final. Only a handful of these races left over the 500 distance before we bring the pontoons up. Looking out there, lane 5, that's McGibbon and Morley showing out early. Going well for this under 18 women's. Gosh, don't they look a picture out there, leading the pack. 4 left of them, 4 right of them. They look strong. Coming up with a 200 metre to go. Gosh, they're made of stern stuff, these young ladies. On their left in lane 4, Lowry and McBennett. You never die wondering, as I say, what's going to happen as they come into all this glassy water. But the tenacity from this New Zealand crew, who've raced really well all weekend, McGibbon and Morley, you just wonder when they don't have enough in the tank. But look at them coming home here, a daylight between them. Maybe just out there in lane 7, the Australian pairing of Bailey and Raywood. But folks, this has been a great demonstration from these young ladies, under 18 women. They want another gold international medal in their back pocket, and they're not going to be denied. Australia are going to come home second and third respectively, but there's your winners. Well done to them. In Australia, lane 7 and lane 4. Congratulations to them. Australia, Lowry and Bennett up for the bronze, and Bailey and Raywood from Australia. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Lowry and Bennett from Australia up for the silver, and Bailey and Raywood from Australia up for the bronze. Congratulations to all crews. So just coming in here now, we've probably got, just looking at the program, 2 more 500 metre races before the pontoon's going to be coming up to the 200. So the event 18 due to go now. And we see these men coming into the line, a final. So, gosh, it's exciting. You can never get enough of close racing like that. Always get the juices flowing and rubbing your hands together. It's exciting stuff. So the men's a K2 500. Just been shown how to do it by the fairer sex, that's for sure. The under 18 ladies. See if the men can hold up their end of the bargain. I'm sure they will. Just looking down here, especially in lane 5, Heaton Armstrong and Tamlin from Australia, and Chamberlain and Gilbertson from in lane 6 from New Zealand. But we'll run through the list. We've got a New Zealand crew in lane 1, Australia in lane 2, New Zealand in 3, Australia in 4, Australia in 5, New Zealand in 6, and 3 Singapore crews out there in lanes 7, 8 and 9. So 3 Aussies, 3 Kiwis and 3 crews from Singapore. What are the chances of one of these countries doing a clean sweep? Every chance indeed, particularly the strong starting of the Singapore crews, the strong finishing as we see from the Australian crews, and somewhere sandwiched in between them all are the Kiwi crews who are not going to be denied on their home water. Just seeing these under 16 girls back on the water. Well done, ladies. Great sportsmanship for your fellow athletes. You're all winners. Well, you are in my eyes for getting on the water. I'd still be grumbling probably. Why? And not only that, I see you've all got your boats stocked for your fellow athletes, so big ups to you. And a clean start for this under 18 men's K2 500. Ooh, lane 3, who was that? That was Ferguson and Swell, showing a very strong start. Australia, lane 2, Pesca and Rice also going well. Still very early, maybe out there, lane 4, the other Australian crew, yes, Vesley and Dunbar from Australia. Going well. I'm probably, folks, going to give this Australia 1 and 2 as we're coming up to the 250. And it looks like Dunbar and Vesley, lane 4, just sneaking ahead. Quite possibly lane 5, Heaton Armstrong and Tumblin from Australia. It's on the cards here, folks. It could be an Aussie 1, 2, 3. They've got the bit between their teeth. Some countries out there are going to have to spoil it, but it's looking like Australia, and it could be Singapore that may be spoiling the party. Out there in lane 7, Ang and Pan from Singapore. They may spoil the Australia 1, 2, 3, getting up for 3rd, but coming home here, lane 4, Dunbar and Vesley. They're looking at it. Also here in lane 2, Countryman, Pesca and Rice. But it's lane 5 kicking again over Singapore. We may see a 1, 2, 3 Australia. Congratulations to them, and I think we do. 4, 2 and 5. That's going to make for a great photo on the dais come prize giving. It had to happen, or didn't have to happen, but it was certainly on the cards. When you see the pedigree in those boats, congratulations Australia, that's great racing. Hard luck to Singapore, you had a go, you definitely had a go. So here we go, let's see some cheering on for these young ladies under 16. A rerun of event 9. It's going to be our final race, probably over the 500 metre program. for today before we move the pontoon and bring it up. So in lane 1, Japan. In lane 2, Singapore. Lane 3, New Zealand. In lane 4, Singapore. In lane 5, Japan. Lane 6, New Zealand. Lane 7, Australia. Lane 8, New Zealand. And lane 9, Australia. Alright, so please come down. They've already raced this one, had a go at it. But unselfishly, they've all jumped on the water to have another go. So that was 3 races in a row, all K2s, all 9 lanes filled. 27 K2s. Once upon a time, I think we could count in New Zealand about 5 or 6 K2s. Now to have 27, one regatta, great to see. That's just showing the strength of the sport. Yes, so at 9:55, this will be our last race over the 500 distance. We'll move the pontoon up to the 200 metre mark and we'll have a wee break for an hour or so. But before we do that, I urge all our supporters just to get down, mums and dads and your coaches, to egg these young ladies back on for the rerun of their race, event 9, the under 16. I think we've just got one more crew to pop on over. Have we got somebody in lane 1 or lane 2? Just waiting for the last boats to come in now. I think there was a quick crew change from one of the previous races to grab the K2. A quick juggle of the seat. Of course, these team boats now, they're so easy to adjust the seats and the footwell. Nice to see our blue sky coming back over. A little bit of sunshine warming up now. So the last crew going in, it looks like we've got them all in there now. Somebody maybe there's a crew missing from lane 2 there. Is it the Singapore? Is it, perhaps that's them going down there now. Just waiting for them as they swap the boats over from the previous races. So again, great sportsman shown by the fellow competitors. Just as we wait for them to come in. That's our Singapore pairing of Ni Sing Woon and Lim. Just back in their boat in now. So we're bathed in sunshine once again. Gosh, normally, folks, the green embankment there, as I say, the green embankment, normally this time of the year it's just been all browned off from the summers and yesteryear. But this year, no, she's all nice and green. And Karapiro's had a few with the Waka Ama, the rowing, had a few events. It's nice to see it all nice and green. So all 9 boats for these young ladies for a rerun of the under 16 women's K2 500 metres. And a good clean start as to be expected, and we've already run this race. But look at them all coming out of the blocks as it's their first event of the weekend. They've got that adrenaline going, and the bits between all 9 crews, they're having a go at it. Just down here, Japanese crew, they took a wee swim in the first heat in the race, but they've learned from that, I'm sure. Just as a wee breeze just wafts across the course there. And they're cutting it close to the line again, right on the edge of their lane of the Japanese crew. They're going well. That's better. Ooh, breathe a sigh of relief as they're just pulling fractionally just half a metre over into their lane. But they're doing well out there, lane 7, Australia, Cassidy and Dark. But it looks like Japan down here in lane 1. They're going to do it. They took a swim in the first race. Good to see them back out here, because they did deserve to win. I'd have to say it to them. And here they go, Japanese crew of Sugimoto and Titano coming down here at lane 1, lane 7. It looks like Australia, Cassidy and Dark. But no doubt about it, down here on the inside, lane 1, very deserving team from Japan. Going to come up for first, and that finish line couldn't come quick enough for them. So well done to Japan, well done to Australia over there in lane 7. And on the outside, looked like Australia, 2nd and 3rd. So well done to all those teams for a rerun of the race. And that concludes our 500 metre final. We're going to bring the pontoon up. We're going to have a good break for about an hour as this pontoon comes up to the 200. Don't forget, folks, we still do need some volunteers. Lane 2, Singapore, just having a wee in the drink here. Ooh, just rest on your boat, ladies. Don't put it under the water. There's the IRB come streaming down the course. They'll be there momentarily.
Still not okay. Did you know that my dreams
Welcome back, folks. We just got a wee delay here. We were due to kick off at 11 o'clock. That's just past now, but we're going to be 5-10 minutes behind the program. We're just anchoring this pontoon into place, wee crosswinds. So just a wee delay in the program, nothing too much. And I'm sure being 200s, we'll recoup this time back. So due to go with event 15. That's our under 16 men's. Under 16 women, sorry. Under 16 women's K4. Just see those crews on the water now, waiting to come around. Just a wee delay in the program. So lane 3, Singapore. Lane 4, New Zealand. Lane 5, Japan. Lane 6, Australia. Right, just about due to go here. Thank you for your patience, folks, and thank you to the athletes' patience. It's good that we get this popped in. And as you look at those flags, she is coming straight down the course now. I doubt really if we're going to, well, look, for the first 100 metres, it's pretty calm water because the starting pontoon is acting pretty much like a breakwater, isn't it? You look up the course and it's all roughly nice and calm here. So nice calm conditions for everybody for the start of this 200 program, due to go with the under 16 men's K2. That's event 15. So here come the big boats. The under 16 women's K4, Singapore lane 3, New Zealand lane 4, Japan lane 5, Australia lane 6. Thank you for your patience, ladies. This is a straight final. Thank you to those volunteers who have given up their time to go out and hold these boats for this international regatta. Just watching the big New Zealand boat. Doesn't look great with the fern on the bow and all the young ladies in their black tops. It was just a test, getting things ready. So you'll see the big boat, New Zealand in lane 4. They'll have Singapore in lane 3 to their left. Australia in lane 5 will be on their right. Japan, sorry, will be on their right, and then Australia out there in lane 6. So all 4 countries represented here in this under 16 women's K4 200. Doesn't the course look a picture bathed in sunshine? Due to go at 11. We're only 10 minutes behind. We'll pick this program up over the 200s, I'm sure. Just like to take the moment here, a big hello to the people listening to us on the live stream, watching on the live stream. A good evening. Sunday evening, no doubt, for our European viewers. Aussie waking up, seeing their teammates racing, doing very well. They are too. In fact, all the countries are doing well. Japan doing well. Singapore going well in this Asia Pacific competition. Can be very proud of your young country folk, that's for sure. They are well and truly flying the flag for their country. Looks as one boat left to come, or have we got a scratching? It may look like Singapore has been scratched from, oh no, they're on the, just getting into their boat now. this 200 metres. It'll be over with a hiss and a roar. So it does look like we've got one of the boats scratched. That's Singapore in lane 3. So closest to us, New Zealand lane 4, Japan lane 5, and Australia lane 6. And a good clean start as we get this heavy thing up and out of the water. And all 3 crews going well now. Great start by Australia out there in lane 6. That's Cassidy, Kittingham, Innes and Sakura going well in the middle here though. Japan going very, very well. But I'm just going to maybe give it as they break well and truly into the 50. Australia just going to take it out from lane 6. Pushed all the way as they cross the line by the Japanese quartet, and New Zealand coming in for 3rd. Well done, ladies, and thank you for your patience. So that's event 19, the first, only the 200 program left to the end of the day, folks. That was the under 16 women's. Right, we've got some heats coming up here now. The men's K2 200 metres, under 18. And we've seen many of these lads racing already this morning and of course over the weekend. The K2s are coming thick and fast, aren't they? So the first heat of the under 18 men's K2 200, no crew in lane 1. So the closest to us is New Zealand, Baker and Rogers. Singapore team there in lane 3, New Zealand in 4, Japan in 5, Singapore, Ang and Pan. We've seen those 2 racing so well already over the 500. They're in lane 6. And here we go again. Heaton Armstrong and Tamblin. This pairing in the K2 from Australia. So it's only the heats. No medals won here. Their coaches would have reminded them of that. They've got a big program and have had a big program over the last 3 days. Sadly, we had to rerun one of the races. I hope we don't have that happen again. But those young ladies in the under 16 K2 took it on the chin. Well done to them. So watching these K2s, these men in the event 20, under 18. This is just a little bit behind on the program. Hopefully no false starts. We'll catch it up in the next 4, 5, 6 events. Okay, 200 events are good for that. So I see 5 boats out there. I think maybe we are missing the Japanese pairing of Noda and Matsumoto. So we've heard that they've come through race control, so they must be on the water somewhere. The Japanese pairing. If you can hear me over the PA system, please come to the start. Oh, looks like there they are at the back starter. Don't know. No, maybe it's not them. Anywho, they've gone through boat control. They must be on the water somewhere. Very sporting of the other 5 crews to wait for their competition. They might think twice about it though if they get pipped for a medal. Looks like them coming around the starting pontoon now at a great rate of knots. Maybe something lost in translation there with our Japanese K2. Coming around now. Great sportsmen showing by the other 5 crews. Just slowly, as they slowly come in, catch their breath, compose themselves. The other crews just looking down the course. Alright, all 6 boats for this first heat of the under 18 men's K2 200. The boat holders got them now, so they'll be in the starters' hands. Nice to bring them home. Probably one of the strongest we've seen the wind puffing down the course all weekend. Great start, all 6 crews very quick out of the blocks. Lane 1, that's New Zealand, Baker and Rogers in the black. We were all 6 crews well into the wind. Look at those Singapore in lane 2. That's Yen and Ong Tin En going very well indeed. And outside the other Singaporean pairing, as to be expected, Ang and Pan going very well in this heat. They might just take it out. It's going to be between them, lane 6 and 7, the Australian pairing, but I'm certainly going to give that, oh, very tight for third, somewhere between lanes 4 and 5. That's going to be New Zealand and Japan. It's the heat, but certainly give that to the outside pairing of Ang and Pan from Singapore to come home first in that heat. Heaton Armstrong and Tamlin, Australia in lane 7, got up for second. Right, rolling on into the second heat. Only 5 teams in this one. And we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, all 5 teams are there. Around the starting pontoon now. So no crews in lane 1 or 2. We've got Japan who are in lane 3. Australia are in lane 4. Singapore in lane 5. New Zealand in lane 6. And another Australian over there in lane 7. Dunbar and Leslie. They took out the 500 quite comfortably. They'll be eyeing the double, I'm sure. They know just what needs to be done to advance to the next round of these Australians. Watching Australia come in here now. So all 5 crews are present. As we've seen, you just can't let up in these 200 races. You might think, oh, look left, look right, I've got this in the bag, and then bang, the crew left there, all right of you, they kick, they ride up over the top of you. And all of a sudden you go from 1st to 4th. So all 5 crews here. Quickly through them again. Japan lane 3, Australia 4, Singapore lane 5. Our only New Zealand crew over there in lane 6 in the black, of course. And the Australian crew, Dunbar and Veasley. Watch them. If there's any crew that's going to get out of the blocks quick, it's going to be the Singaporean crew of Chen and Chen. This is more their distance, the 200. They pushed the pairing of Dunbar and Veasley in the 500, but just was, 100 metres too far for them. But this, I think they may reverse the tables here in these in this semi. Well, certainly they'll be looking at it for the final. And a good clean start for all 5 crews. Look out there, furthest lane Australia, going very well indeed, out of the blocks nice and quick. Also the Australian team in lane 4, Pesca and Rice, going very, very well also. Japanese crew on the inside in lane 3, just finding the pace a little quick. But it looks like it's going to be that Australian pairing of Dunbar and Veasley coming to the fore again. Going very well. I'll give that to Australia in lane 7, Australia lane 4, and that's New Zealand just coming up. Take 3rd spot over Singapore, and that's Chamberlain and Gilbertson for New Zealand in lane 6. Sneaking home for 3rd. We'll leave that to the officials now. They'll juggle things around and do what they do to come up with the final. That's completes our under 18 men's K2 200 heats. And we're pinching back a few minutes, race by race. So the under 18 women's K4 200 metres, this is a straight final. We saw the under 21s. We've got 4 crews in this, all countries represented again, which is great to see. So in lane 3 we've got Japan, then on their right we've got Australia in lane 4, and their right New Zealand in lane 5, and the first lane over, lane 6, we have Singapore. So the under 18 woman, Torihara from Japan, Teruoka, Fukagawa and Hiroto. Formidable team that. As is Australia line up, gents, Laurie, McBennett and Raywood. Gone great in the K2s. You see them go great in the K2s, and it's easy for a coach's selection, isn't it? Why don't I put this K2 and that K2 together? Make a formidable K4. And it normally happens. If they're good at team boat paddling in a K2, it stands to reason why shouldn't they be good in a K4? Well, she's getting blustery as this wind comes through. Strongest we've seen it for the whole weekend. All these athletes, we saw the 12-year-olds yesterday handling it. Gosh, didn't they race well? Some exciting racing in that age group that we had over the weekend at our New Zealand Championships. 1923, oh, here we go, 2023. All of these athletes raced in, of course. They've had a busy program, folks. Very busy program. We train to race, to get out on the water in all conditions. I'm sure all these athletes have been in this wind before. When I say wind, it's probably only 14 to 15 knots at the moment. It's just fluctuating. We're just getting it come through gusty, and it's coming down the course, which is great. Directly down the course. So everybody's got a tailwind. Some PBs could be set here over the 200. They've got nice calm water as they get out of the blocks, which is nice to have. And then once they get into their work and into the finish line, which is a nice tailwind to come home on, which I tell you what, for somebody that loved their thousands, that's always good to have. 200s, maybe not so much, but we'll take it nonetheless, I'm sure. So here we go, these 4 crews, 16 young athletes out there. And a big thank you to those volunteers. Couldn't be doing it without you. It just makes it so much fairer, jockeying the big boats, little boats into position. And a great start from all 4 crews. Oh, look on the inside here. That was excellent. So here we go. That was the Japanese crew, but well into their work now is Australia coming through there in lane 4. On their right, the New Zealand crew. It's going to be tough going up for second, but I'm going to give this to Australia. When you look through the course, it's hardly surprising there in lane 4. It's going to be, they're going to take that out, but the money's on the minor placings. Somebody is going to cry here, and you know what? I think it might be our New Zealand crew on 4th spot there. Who loves 4th? You've done all that hard work. Out of 4, somebody had to be bridesmaid there, but certainly Australia get a medal in their back pocket, as does Japan and New Zealand. Sadly, I think the foursome of Clearcorn, Brimlow, Joyce and Art Choi, 4th. You just think to yourself, where did we go wrong there? It was so close. Maybe it was that session that I missed out last month, where I slept in, where it was raining. I should have got up, should have got out of bed and did it. Or maybe an effort that I missed out on when the coach gave me 10 to do and I only did 9. And all these little doubts creep through your head when you see it so close coming through 4th. That's where, you know, all the athletes, your opposition are up training. They've got sunshine, they've got beautiful weather. You might have, oh look at the Scandinavians, I remember seeing them free, and they have little metal strips on the front to their boats as they break the crusts of ice for paddling in the morning. You just go, you know what, I'm never ever going to complain again how cold it is in New Zealand to get out there and train. When you saw that, they're all rugged up like the Michelin men with the clothing. They're tough athletes up there in Scandinavia. Here we go. So that was the straight final, event 22. I'd give it to Australia. Got up for first, maybe Singapore second and Japan third. So we're rolling on in now, another final, and again there's 4 boats. There's going to be tears. I don't like seeing grown men cry, but look at this folks, it's the under 21, 4 in it, 2 from New Zealand side by side, 3 and 4, and 2 from Australia, lanes 5 and 6. Somebody here, all 4 crews have turned up. Somebody's going to go home in this final with nothing to show for it. But you know, these 2 proud countries, Anzac Day tomorrow, looking at our forefathers who fought for us for the freedoms that we have. They're going to do them proud. Oh, a false start out there. The freedoms and luxuries that we have. These 2 Australian crews, 2 New Zealand crews here. So basically we just heard from our race starter, pretty much all false started. So yeah, they'll get the furrowed brow. Good to see them just back up, but that puts our program behind again now, doesn't it? Right, we're all set, ready to go. Just a wee false start there for this final for the under 21 men's K2 200. Alright, that did look fair from this vantage point that I have up here. Brown and Nataki in lane 3 got away very, very well indeed, as did their countrymen McGuinness and McGibbon in lane 4. So it looks like maybe the Australian duo Edgar and Clues over there in lane 6 could spoil a 1-2 here for New Zealand. It looks like Australia over there in lane 6 going to certainly take out the gold medal. So Australia lane 6, New Zealand lane 4 up for the silver, and New Zealand lane 3 for the bronze. And Australia there in lane 5, that was Morris and Spencer, all the hard work they've done. But no doubt about it, out there, lane 6, Edgar and Clues from Australia taking out the final of the men's K2 200 for 21 and under. Bang, over with, flash in the pan. So that's event 23 done and dusted. So we have now another final, the under 21 women K4 200. Again, it's a showdown between New Zealand and Australia. Good to hear the cheering going up. I honestly think they're just cheering to see good races, no matter who's out in front. Just such close racing. I think, for one, at senior level, yes, you do, of course, cheer on your teams. But at this junior level, age group level, it's just neat to see them coming through. It's neat to see Singapore with a good program coming through. 40-something athletes they've brought out here in their age groups, as is Australia. Japan also a big team coming out. You love to see your sport grow. You don't want to see it stagnate. In the Pacific, it's always been strong between Australia and New Zealand, but it's good to see it getting up into the Pacific Islands as well. We had guys from the Cook Islands competing, guys from Samoa racing under the Oceania flag over the weekend. So that's really, really good to see. And they have an affinity with the water. We can see that in the Wakahama. So we're just watching our Australian crew just come in here now for this under 21 woman. Just a quick boat change. Wind just dying down. Probably taking an optimistic look at that. But good news is it's coming straight down the course, folks. There's these the big boats side by side. Just waiting to them backing on in here. starter's hands here. Oh, just a wee fob. I wouldn't think that. There's only 2 crews there. This will take a bit of time here. The Australian crew are just going to do a big loop around. The Kiwi crew basically back in the blocks already. So if at all, folks, competitors in the false starts, if we can back up, it saves a lot of time. So that's the New Zealand crew of Cox, Garrett, Prudette and Lawson being pinged for a false start there in the black boat. They've got to sit there and recompose themselves now. This is a final. This is a gold medal at stake here. Australia coming around now. Alright, ready to go for a restart of this final for the under-21 women's K4 200. So New Zealand crew of Cox, Garrett, Prudette and Lawson, Australia, Bates, Smythe, Wills, Grace and Locke. And yes, this time we're away nice and clean. Oh, look at that Australian crew, well into their work early. I'm going to have to give it to them, folks, I'm afraid. They are just so good, such a good crew. Just look at that timing. Not to put any slight on the Kiwi crew, but I think even though with 100 to go, they did hit the boys first. They're almost a boat clear, boat length ahead, well into their work. Without a doubt, New Zealand just now on the stern of the Australian K4, convincing win in this under-21 women's K4. Well done, Australia. Bates, Smythe, Wills, Grace and Locke. New Zealand, ups to you as well, of course. Cox, Garrett, Prudette and Lawson. It's been a tough program, and it is psychologically, once you see a boat just pull ahead of you like that, it's hard to say, well, you know what, we'll settle for the, there's nobody up behind us, we'll settle for the silver and that. So it can be tough racing. Sometimes you just got to get out there and time trial it. In these conditions, especially over the 200. So that was event 24. Another final coming up. Again, it's the big boats. The under 16 men's K4 200. And we've got Singapore in lane 4, New Zealand in lane 5, Australia in lane 6. I'm just looking here, we got these guys that are doubling up. Alice, Clue, Island, Jacob, already had a busy program this morning. You and you get into the K4. But I'm tired. Probably for a moment I thought you said you were tired. Get in the K4. Yes, boss. Of course, works out know the program probably before they left the shores of Australia, just how many races they would be doing. It's been a busy program for them, and all these young athletes, they've been up for it, I'll give them that. Just watching them come around here now. Singapore in their unmistakable colours of red. Gosh, they look good. New Zealand, of course, all in their black. In Australia, in their gold and green. No doubt all these young men, all 12 of them, wearing their country colours with pride, as they ought. There's a lot of good athletes, no doubt, who they've kicked out for them to be in there, for them to take these seats. It's a good thing about sport, isn't it? It's one thing to get selected into the team and the hard work and the training that it takes to get in there, and then of course you always know there's somebody who wants your spot maybe a little bit more. It's one thing to get it, it's another to keep it. Once you have a taste with this international, you do have an advantage over your fellow teammates. And you create friendships that you keep for life. Just the Australian crew here. Pull the back around. I am. You pull the front around. What do you think I'm doing? There they go. And then they look up and find, hey, I'm in the wrong lane. Just the wind, just a little bit of havoc now. Singapore, no problem with them. They're backed in, ready to go. Just another little gust coming across the course. That's tough work, getting something that's designed to go forward to let's get going backwards. But they seem to be doing alright, particularly with the elements against you. This wind, the little gusts. We're there now. Singapore draw stroking their big boat over. Australia, they're where they should be. Well done to you. New Zealand just coming in now. So this is a final, all under 16 men's, K4, and we're all in. It's closest to us, Singapore, then New Zealand, then Australia. Good news is we're all going to get a medal, but which way round will it be? Australian crew just draw stroking. Minute 200, you have to have everything right. Maybe in 1,000 you can recover, you're not going to recover in a 200. Great start Singapore. Gosh, they're a delight to watch. Beautiful, out of the blocks, bang, just like that, first 100 metres. Such a well-disciplined and drilled team. I think they've got this in the bag if they can hold it. Australia now moving in for second, but it's going to be Singapore. They're not going to be denied this gold medal in the under 16 men's. They're going to easily take this out by half a boat. Well done to them, well done Singapore. Australia up for second over there in lane 6 and New Zealand coming home for the bronze in lane 5. Well done. They wanted it. They wanted it the most, and they deserved it. Excellent work, these young men in the under 16 out of lane 4. That's Ching, Lim Ying, Ching and Wang. Well done, lads. All right, another final. This is the under 16 ladies, K2 200. So we have 8 boats. Watching them come through here. We have pulled back on the program ever so slightly. This next race, event 26, was due to go to 11:45. So 4 minutes out now. We were 15 minutes behind, race by race. And then we had to have false starts. That didn't help much, but we're pulling back the time. So thank you to the athletes. So 8 boat final here. We have Australia lane 1, New Zealand in lane 2, Australia in lane 3, New Zealand lane 4, Australia in 5, Japan are in 6, New Zealand in 7, and Japan are in 8. So we're watching these boats come through. And so we're just hearing, we do have a 9-lane final. That's great. We've got Singapore. It was the only country that we're missing. So great to have them in. So Singapore are in this race, which is great. Over there in lane 9. For the women's under 16 K2 200. Well represented by New Zealand. We got 3 crews in there from New Zealand. Equally 3 crews from Australia and 2 from Japan. Singapore, we don't need to put 3 crews in because we only need 1 crew because we just can win with 1 crew. You guys can put as many crews in as you like. I do say that tongue-in-cheek, but I probably think, knowing the way these guys from Singapore race over the 200, there could be a wee element of truth in it. They are just racing so strong. They've invested in a good program. It's great to see them. All right, so all 9 crews just waiting for the Japanese crew there, and lane 8 to back up. Other 8 and then they go. Thank you to those boat holders. So a 9-lane final. Goes Australia, New Zealand, Australia, New Zealand, Australia in lane 5. Aussie, Kiwi, Aussie, Kiwi, Aussie. And then lane 6, Japan. Then our 3rd crew of New Zealand in 7, then another Japanese crew in 8, and over the far side of that, the unmistakable red of Singapore in lane 9. Whoops, we've just had a crew from Australia in lane 1, and a few of the others. I just think folks have just had a big gust of wind, and it's changed direction. It's just coming at them now at about 3 o'clock, so it's hitting them bang on, side on, and I think they've just been blowing off the mark a bit. These under 16 ladies. So we'll just afford them the time to compose themselves and resettle. Some of these wind gusts are quite blustery, I must admit. Reminds me of racing up there in Denmark and Hostelbro. You can race there in the wind, you can race anywhere around the world. Alright, so we're just back in these K2s, back in again. It'll be pretty tough getting them going in a straight line. let alone trying to back them in these blustery, windy conditions. Okay, so we're all in. Now all we need to do is just pull our noses around, and they're doing that. Just the Australian crew there in lane 4. The Australian lane 1 just broken out again. Folks, it is very testing down there for these young ladies. Lane 3, that's Australia. They may have just been poaching into the Kiwis lane in lane 4. Oh, aren't they doing well to draw stroke a whole lane's width right across. Oh, just as I say that, there's going to be a hold up here, folks. We just had lane 3, that's Cassidy and Kitchingham. Just fall in the drink there. We'll quickly get them out, empty the boat out. It is testing conditions out there. We don't mind really, I suppose, on a program like this with these wind gusts coming through. Just makes it fair for everybody, especially the young international athletes like this. All the other crews are now sitting composed. Right, boat's out, emptied, popping it back in the water now. Thank you to all those volunteers. Back in the water, in they hop. Well done, all the other crews just sitting there. So they're popped back in the boat. Don't know if they're putting any spray decks on. Probably really don't need it in this 200. Just lane 1 now, just having a wee problem. Draw stroke in the bow of their boat over. Oh. Just as we get one ready to go. Oh. You just feel for these young ladies because the wind it drops, but then these big gusts are coming up. Singapore doing so well over there in lane 9, as is Japan in the outer lanes. Alright, it kind of like looks we've got a straight line. We have, let's hope we get away. And yes, we're away for this final of the under 16 women's K2 200. Well done to the starters. It's fair for everybody. Looking great. Coming out here now. Still anybody's race, but hey, look over there in lane 8, Japan doing very, very well. Sugimoto and Tatano going very, very well. Japan down here into the last 100 metres. It's maybe down here in the red boat, New Zealand, Padroot and Roland. And lane 3 also coming through here, Cassidy and Kittringham. They had a wee, but it hasn't hampered their progress. They had a wee spill in the water. They've got up, brushed that off to come home for a gold medal. Well done, ladies. There was pretty tough conditions at the start. I'll leave that for second and third to the line judges, but I'm certainly going to give it to Australia in lane 3. There was tough work. We got there in the end. Fair for everybody. Great race from the outside from Singapore. So event 26 done. We lost a little bit of time on that, but I don't think we can begrudge these young athletes. Pretty tough work, folks. Drawing your nose of your boat over like that. So another final. This is the under 18 women's K2 200. No crew in lanes 1 or 9. So Australia in lane 2, Japan in lane 3, New Zealand in lane 4, Japan in lane 5, Aussie in lane 6, and 2 Kiwi crews in lane 7 and 8. And I've got to draw your attention to that crew in lane 7. Graham Morley and Natasha McGibbon. Love to know how many races that those young ladies have done in the last 4 days, and probably with a few more to come. Here we go, all his crews are coming in here, straight final for event 27, the under 18 women's K2 200. No Singapore team in here. Only got 7 crews in here. Great representation from New Zealand. 3 crews from New Zealand in here. Couple from Australia in lanes 2 and 6. And 2 each from Japan in lanes 3 and 5. Just got at 18 years of age, I just got a little bit more strength on the under 16s. So they'll be able to draw stroke their boats over it. Still not easy for them. Absolutely not. It's quite tricky. Always a little bit disconcerting when you hear the inflatable rescue boat rivets engines. Oh, That's all good. Nobody's swimming. Pleasing. We've had a few over the weekend, that's for sure. Alright, so we're ready to go for this final of the under 18 women's K2 200. And we're away nice and cleanly. Australia lane 2, McBennett and Raywood got away well. Also away very, very well, as to be expected, McGibbon and Morley over there in lane 7. You know what, I'm going to give it to them in this first 75 to 100. And here they go now, cutting the yellow buoy line to show 100 to go. And sadly, the only ones that were really giving them a run for the money was down here on the inside, which was Australia. And they've just hit a snag and they've gone from second to last. Can't afford that, but look at this, folks. This duo over there, McGibbon and Morley, another gold medal. And then lane 6, Australia, I'd go. That's Jensen Lowry up for silver. And maybe, just maybe, lane 4, the other New Zealand crew of Cleghorn and Brimlow may have got up for a third. But there's no doubt about it, still on their way. Graham Morley and Natasha McGibbon from New Zealand in lane 7. They had that from the start. Didn't relinquish anything. Start to finish. Another final here. So event 28, I see them, all 5 of the big boats down there. This is the under 18 men's K4 200. Just looking at the names here, some of these athletes, I'm sure, as soon as they're finishing one race, they come in and they've got in straight into another boat. Chen and Chen, Luther and Lim from Singapore. They raced but like 10 minutes ago, as did Gilbertson, Swill, Ferguson and Chamberlain for New Zealand. And Heaton Armstrong, Pesca, Rice and Simone from Australia in their K4 and 7. All these guys in the under 18 K2s doubling up, pairing up now into the K4s. Just watching Singapore. Watch this team. They all fly out of the blocks. Singapore also over there in lane 6. That's Sear, Ang, Pan and Yuen. Just draw stroking over now. These 18-year-old guys just can pull that whole boat over in 1 or 2 strokes. And a great clean start. And you can't help but look and take your focus off the red vests of Singapore. Sure enough, down here on the inside, Chen, Lim and Luther going very, very well. But hey, look, on the outside, Australia, Heaton Armstrong, Pesca, Rice and Simone, taking it to them. Looks like Australia have got this. Coming through the middle, the Kiwi crew, going to deny Singapore maybe of a medal in the silver. No doubt Australia took that out, but between New Zealand in lane 4 and Singapore over there in lane 6, who got up for it'll definitely be between those two crews for the silver medal. But well done to Australia out there in lane 7, taking the under 18 men's K4 200. Thank you very much. We'll take that. Another gold medal to Australia. That's Heaton Armstrong, Pesca, Rice and Simone. And these finals are coming thick and fast, aren't they? So that K4 out of the way, we're going into the under 21 women's. Again, it's a 4-horse race here. Some crew, 2 from New Zealand, 2 from Australia. I see 2 boats there. Just having to do a reshuffle here of the K2s. I've heard from race control that all the boats have gone through race control. I just see there lane 4 Australia just leaving the dock now. Oh, great to hear the applause of this K4. Well deserved to Australia. As I say, it was tight between second and third. And there's our 4th Australian ladies going over for this under 21. So we've got our 2 Kiwi crews. And our 2 Aussie crews. Just paddling up to the start now. Nice thing with this good washing day, isn't it really? The sun shining and the wind blowing. So it's dried out our little slippery deck there when we had it yesterday with a little bit of rain. Can get pretty slippery down there. So good to see everybody using the jetty rather than the dock rather than the jetty. So just waiting for a start now in here. Event 29 on the program was due to go at 12. Just got held up a little bit in one of the previous races. 9-lane final with the under 16 K2s. But we got there in the end. And this K2 here, as they're pulling around right, looks like we've got a good start, good line up here for the under 21 women's K2 200. They're all facing down the course where they should be. Good clean start from all 4 crews, and I've got to say, Purdue and Cox here in lane 3 did very, very well. They're well into their work now. Bates and Locke from Australia in lane 4, and of course also the other crew from Australia, Smythe and Wills Grace, out there in lane 6. This stage we're going to give it to Australia 1 and 2. Lane 6, Smythe and Wills Grace going very, very well indeed out there in lane 6. In fact, they've just settled back now. So yeah, we've got this. It's going to be an Aussie 1 and 2. Sadly, one of the Kiwi crews are going to miss out, and I think it's going to be the inside lane here in lane 3 of Prudhoe and Cox. They had an excellent start, Coming home there though, in third spot, lane 5, Garrett and Lawson. But congratulations, lane 6, Smythe and Wills Grace. Just shout out there to Grandad, Brian Grace. Hope you're doing well, Brian. There in Wellington, great stalwart of the sport, in both sports for surf life saving and kayaking, that is. A big ups to you, Brian. We missed your smiley face here at the Nationals. No doubt you'll be listening in to see how number 1 granddaughter's getting on. And I can tell you, she's had a great program. So, well done to Australia, first and second there. And Garen Lawson, lane 5, taking home the bronze medal. Right, another race of the big boats. K4, event 30. So this is the men's 21 K4. The 200, we saw them come down the 500 earlier today. It's another good little Anzac grudge match coming up here. So New Zealand in lane 4, Australia in lane 5, McGuinness, Brown, McGibbon and Nataki for New Zealand. And we've got Eager, Clues, Morrison, Spencer for Australia in 5. As I said earlier, she's a pretty tough race, this, as we're getting to the end of the program. For a lot of these young athletes, it's been a big 4 days, you know, to hold it. If somebody jumps out on you, it's a big mind hurdle to overcome, to say, hey, listen, we've got nobody coming up behind us. We've got a silver medal in the back pocket. And there could be that little tendency to say, oh, let's take it easy. But I know these 4 lads in each boat are sterner stuff than that. They will not give it to their opposition on the old proverbial silver platter. They will hunt them down, and they will expect to be hunted down, whoever's in the lead. It's going to be over, folks. This is going to be our fastest race of the day, this 200, this men's K4 200 metres. And they will be slow out of the blocks. K2 will have that on them, but once they get up and going, after 100, 150 metres, and a great clean start it is too, and look at the water come off. Great start by New Zealand. Great, terrific start by New Zealand. Aussie got some work to do here, and they're both teams into their work, and Aussie are into their work. Right, 100 to go. As I said, Aussie not going to let them go. Kiwis have got to hold it off in front here, but they're not going to let Australia come back at them. It's going to be New Zealand by a good half boat. That was a too strong a start to overcome. New Zealand, take it away. Well done, Australia. You pushed them all the way down the course. Terrific race. But we'll have to give that to New Zealand by a good half a boat, over 200 for the they're over and done with. Pretty quick, yeah, pretty fast. Takes a little bit to get these things up. A lot of energy required to get them up out of the water, but once they're up, then they can fly. So that was a final. Moving through now, that would have saved a bit of time. That was due to go at 12:05. It has. We've pulled back 5 minutes. Well done, each and every one of you athletes. So rolling on into event 31, another final here. And it's a 9-lane final, so a big thank you to all the boat holders. You'll be all employed on this one. So this is the under 16 men's K2 200. It's a final. Straight final, folks. And just looking through the program, all countries are well and truly represented here. So under 16 men, we've got Australia in lane 1, Singapore in lane 2. The first of our New Zealand crews are in lane 3, and we've got Singapore again in lane 4, Australia in lane 5, New Zealand in 6, Japan in 7, Australia in 8, and New Zealand in 9. So we've got 3 New Zealand crews, 3 Australian crews, 2 from Singapore, and a crew representing their proud nation, Japan, over there in lane 7. So you can just see with this wind that autumn is well and truly in Cambridge, New Zealand. Just watching these leaves from the elms and the oaks. Brown leaves is blowing across the common into the water now. Here in the Waikato. Great farming area here in the central North Island. It looks a picture in this sunshine, I can say that. Just waiting for a few crew changes here as these events coming thick and fast. A lot of the athletes are doubling up in events here. So we're just waiting for Singapore pairing. Lane 4, Lim Yizing and Wang, and they're off from the pontoon to the start of this 200, basically 100 metres. Probably not ideal, not much, you know, to get a feel for the boat, because they're being very, very sporting. They're just paddling straight down to the start. They probably want to do a few little sprints and stuff, as we all like to do. Oh, there they go, just a little sprint there, get a feel for the boat. You know, they've jumped out of K1s and K4s and K2s and back to K1s, and they're all different. Absolutely all different. Different feel. So they're just coming round now. So this is a 9-lane final event, 31. The under 16 men's K2 200. 3 crews each from New Zealand and Australia. 2 from Singapore. That makes up 8. And the final crew, the Japanese crew, in lane 7 for a 9-lane final. All crews are there now. We're just waiting for them to back up. 5 now, all 9 crews. So New Zealand way up there in lane 9. Australia are with them on their left in lane 8. Australia down here on the inside in lane 1. Some tricky conditions. It's blowing almost now, looking at the flags. Oh, Australia just broken, not a false start per se, but they've certainly broken away from their mooring, from the volunteer. They're going right over to the left of their lane. And the patience shown by their, very sporting, isn't it, from their fellow athletes. Not hearing any grizzling whatsoever for these young athletes. I tell you what, if it was probably up at senior and open level, I could hear the drizzles from the tower. Not these young people. They're setting a great sporting example. Oh, just a wee false start there. I don't know who it is. Hope they just back their boats up. Just back your boats up. Ah, they're doing that too. Rather than looping around, that saves a bit of time. So this event 31, or maybe we're hearing no false start, might have been just a starting issue. It looked clean, I've got to say, it looked pretty fair and clean over all 9. So we're just hearing it come through. There was no false start. Just a wee technical glitch, a little gremlin in the system. They just, all these athletes just have backed their boats up. As I said, they're pretty tough things. With something that's designed to go forward, it's tough at the best of times to find a reversing gear, even in the calm. So throw in these windy conditions. So now we're all there, ready to go. 9 boats. Now we're away. A great clean start, all 9. And they are into their work. And have a look at this, folks, down here. Singapore, Ching and Ching, lane 2. Look at them go. Oh, their sister crew, 2 lanes over. Excuse me. But it's Singapore. Singapore here in lane 2. All the way. It's a great race, and maybe there's Singapore getting up for a first and second. Oh, that's going to be tight. Very tight indeed, but it's certainly Singapore who took that out. Just having a wee coughing fit here. I think one of the leaves just blew in. Oh, dying up here. Never mind. More important, the athletes down there. So yes, Singapore, well done. That's Ching and Ching, and they raced well in the 500s, taking out the under 16 men's. But folks, I couldn't call that second, third or fourth. That was tough. But I've got to say, Singapore lane 2, they are just a wee cut above their opposition. Just a cut above. That looks so good. I'm going to follow this crew through in the age groups into the junior champs in Italy. So encouraging to watch. So we're just hearing it unofficially. Lanes 2, 4, 8 and 9. So you know what, Singapore, how proud will they be if it comes through? Singapore first and second, Australia over there, Island and Glue. And the New Zealand crew up for fourth, McKendry and Monk over there in lane 9. We're just wait for official confirmation on that, but hey, Singapore first and second. This is where they have tough decisions to keep them in K2s, or hey, do we put them into a K4? What a terrible decision to have to make. Either way, you're looking at two very, very strong teams. Of course, at world levels, you're only allowed one representative per country. You knock that team out, you knock that country out. The applause continues, the crowd getting their money's worth here. Exciting racing, that's for sure. All right, we've got to keep going, keep this excitement rolling through. So, event 32, and then we're going to probably have a wee lunch break. All right, go get a drink of water. Oh. Sorry, folks. Probably I should have addressed this earlier. I'm flying solo today. Oh, John Macbeth, love commentating with him. Such a professional, inside, outside, upside down. He had was blessed to have him on the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But he's left me to it. So sorry about that. You've got me for today. John Mack's my name. So here we go. We're going to have this last under 18 men's at K2 200, and then we'll have a wee break final. So again, a 9-lane final. New Zealand in lane 1 and 2. Australia are in lanes 3 and 4. Singapore in lane 5. Another Australian pairing in lane 6. Japan are in 7, and out there in lanes 8 and 9 is Singapore. So can Singapore do a double here, first and second? They've got the pedigree to do it. Ching and Chen in lane 8. But we've got Ang and Pan from Singapore in lane 5. So look at this, folks. We've just seen the under 16s do it, the under 18s. They've got the machines to do exactly what the younger ones can do in the under 16s. They'll be buoyed up by this. There's going to be some other countries going to say, nah, not today, Singapore, you're good, but I'm going to be better than you. And just looking at that, in lane 4, Dunbar and Veasley from Australia out of the blocks really, really well. Down here on the inside, Ferguson and Swirl from New Zealand, they're also going very well. But I'm going to give it lane 4 in those high glow vest green. That's Dunbar and Veasley from Australia, but also 2 over from them, Country Folk, Pesky and Rice in lane 6. It's going to be an Aussie 1-2, maybe Singapore up for 3rd, or could New Zealand spoil the party here in lane 2, but it's certainly Australia 1 and 2. Maybe, just maybe, lane 6 I think got up. They certainly weren't there. They were in 2nd spot, 50 metres out. It was Veasley and Dunbar really who had it all the way, but man, other guys, Pesca and Rice, 50 metres out, were in second. I think they did get up for first, and it's going to be close for third between Singapore and a New Zealand pairing down here on the inside. That was Ferguson and Swirl. So, got a wee lunch break now, according to my program, 12:30. Folks, it's a lunch break and prize giving. Now, haven't heard, but I'm going to assume on a beautiful day like this that we are going to be down there. Yes, thank you, Tony. I have assumed right. So, folks, prize giving. Come down for prize giving, please. It's prize giving time. Come see Tony. We all know who the lovely Tony is at the Waipa tent. Could we just have a bit of a team effort and move those boats just a little bit further up the hill? Because that's where we'll be all gathering. They're an expensive item. When we get over there, just wait for these crews to come out. But yes, lunch break and prize giving now. I think there's little goodie bags that thank you to that man carrying those boats up. Gentleman and a scholar. Not my boat, but he certainly knows the value of them. Thank you to the volunteers who have been out on those pontoons. Right, so we've got the lunch break and prize giving now. We're back at 2 p.m. It's going to be a few finals, a few heats, a few more finals, and then a few more finals. Come down, get your photos. Nothing's worse than getting on that aeroplane back to your respective countries and go, as you're lying, sitting in your seat going, I wish I took a photo. Now with modern cameras, get down here, everybody, for your prize giving, get a photo of your teammates. Right, folks, that's it for me for a good hour and a half. Thank God for that, they're saying. I'll turn the music up, not too loud. Prize giving time. See you back here at 2 p.m. Okay, folks, welcome back for our afternoon session. Congratulations to all those that got their medals. I just snuck away up onto that grassy bank at lunchtime. Something lovely about sitting on a grassy bank in the sun. Just great to see all those up there getting their medals, so richly deserved. And a big hand to all those volunteers. I just put out a call before and bang, we're swamped, so thank you very, very much. Just lightens the load. Of course, I knew there would be. It's just the way these international events run. So good. Right, so straight into a final. Due to go at 2 p.m. This is the under 16 mixed K4 in lane 2 Australia, lane 3 New Zealand, lane 4 Australia, lane 5 Japan, another crew from New Zealand in lane 6, and out there in lane 7 Singapore. So this is the mixed K4. Looking at the big boats go in there now. You've probably gathered I love watching these team boats. It's just exciting, particularly the mixed ones. Obviously a little bit of coaching goes into this. When I say a little bit, I say that tongue-in-cheek, knowing full well a lot goes in. Just a lot of, the boat seats will try you here, mixing around. As you can see, it's totally up to the team on where they place their male and female paddlers. Still a little bit of a wind out there, but it's looking like it's coming directly down the course. No problems for these guys. Just backed in. We see Australia there in lane 2. Set and ready to go on their right. There's a New Zealand and then another Australian crew in lane 4. Lane 6. That's a good, honest backup by the New Zealand, the New Zealand crew there in lane 6. Slowly does it. The other 5 crews just sitting there, ready to spring. There'll be nothing like a little bit of excitement to get us going for the afternoon session. It's almost like it's meant to be a K4 final, the under 16. A couple of metres to go now before lane 6. Let's see our New Zealand crew of Webb, Jarvis, O'Leary and Coide. Right, looks like we're all set to go. So Australia in lanes 2 and 4, New Zealand's in lanes 3 and 6, Singapore out there in lane 7 and Japan in 5. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I saw a false start there. And that's Japan, lane 5. Just a little bit too eager to get out of the blocks there, Japan. So we're all backed in. Oh, we're just waiting for Singapore, is it? Yes, Singapore over there in lane 7. Even the starter for Singapore's got a red top on. Looks like 5 in the boat there. No wonder they get away well. So there they go. All the noses have been pulled around, looking straight down the course. And I think Japan were a little bit cautious there in the start after being pinged. But down here on the inside lanes, New Zealand away well. McKendry, Barnes, Rowland and Monk, they're away very well indeed, as is Australia on their left in lane 2. But I'm going to give it to the Kiwi crew here with a big Fern on the boat, looking very good. Their challenge is coming from a crew on the right. But it's going to be the Kiwis all the way home. Great way to start the afternoon session. And it looks like it's going to be Aussie up for second and maybe third. Or could it be Singapore? Whoa, third. There's 3 boats in it. Lanes 2, 6 and 7. That's Australia, New Zealand and Singapore. We'll have to leave that open. But no doubt about the winners. New Zealand took that by a clean half boat. And that was the under 16 mixed K4. Gosh, they looked well, good, looked well out of the blocks too. Exciting stuff. Congratulations to them. That's one way to start an afternoon session. Excellent work. Event 34, I think this is the last time we're going to see any heats. So this is the under 18 mixed K2 200. So again, we've got a female and a male in the boat. Who sits where and how they do it. Probably flick a coin. Do you want to go in the front today? Do you want to go in the back this race? I was in the back last time, got wet. So again, I never had these races in my day when we had it was either open or open. No age groups, and certainly no mixed. So it's great to see this sort of event. Grows the sport, particularly in the smaller nations. Gives you another event. I mean, it's very expensive to get away to Europe, get away to World Cups. And if you're going away there for, you know, a heat and a semi-final, maybe a repechage, not quite good enough to make a final yet. It's a lot of money to go away for 2 to 3 races. So if we can team up, do a few more, opens it up, makes it worthwhile. So 2 heats of these under 18 mixed K2. In lane 2 Japan, lane 3 Singapore, lane 4 New Zealand, lane 5 Australia, lane 6 Japan, and in lane 7 New Zealand. Just a little bit of weed came from somewhere, just there in lane 1. We haven't had any craft in lane 1, but it could of course blow, drift across into the other lane, so we're just clearing that, the little white boat there. So this first heat of the mixed K2, 18 and under, all set, ready to go. The little white boat leaves the course. It's almost like a child's story, isn't it? The little white with the big red car. With a little engine that could. Here we go. And there's some big blue boats out here in the red tops. Singapore. That's CRNZ. Gosh, away well. Just look focused on that finish line. This is mixed. Going very, very well indeed. But look, couple over, we've got Australia. That's Heaton Armstrong and McBennett. They are going very well indeed too, and I think I'd give them to this. Also lane 4 down here on the inside, that's Morley and Gilbertson. Going well indeed, but yes, lane 5, Australia, then lane 4, New Zealand, and very close, boats 3 and 7. That was Singapore and the other New Zealand team. Just coming across there, that's lane 2, Japan. But the first heat certainly going to Australia. That's Heaton Armstrong and McBennett. Congratulations to them. You're into the next round. And the second heat of this under 18 mixed, as we watch them coming around. No crews in lane 1 or 2. We've got Singapore in lane 3, Japan in lane 4, New Zealand in lane 5, Singapore in lane 6, and over there in lane 7 we have an Australian pairing of Gents and Rice. This is race 35, heat 2 of 2 for the under 18 mixed K2 200. Just picking up the last of that weed before it drifts across the course. It's the bane of a lot of paddling over the years. Sadly, there's some courses that are a little bit more known for their weed problem than others. You certainly feel it when it's paddling along, and woo, on go the brakes, and you go, what's happened there? And just a little bit of weed caught around the rudder. Right, this wind just coming straight down the course now, which will help things tremendously. No side winds. Right, all 5 crews in, ready to go. The way the sun is shining now on those red tops of our Singaporean athletes in lanes 3 and 6 look magnificent. And a nice clean start away for the second heat of this under 18 mixed K2 200. Great start here on the inside lane, lane 3. That's Hing and Yuen from Singapore. Looking very good, out of the blocks nice and early. Doing well, but over the far side, Australia, Jens and Rice, going very well indeed also. They haven't let up. So I'd give it to Jens and Rice in lane 7, and maybe on their left, Singapore in lane 6, and in lane 5, New Zealand, lane 5, Australia, Heaton Armstrong and McBennett. I'll get it right yet. Singapore, Japan, and then New Zealand. I was looking at the wrong race. We'll scrub that one out, John. So that was heat 2 of 2. So yes, Singapore, Japan, and New Zealand. Congratulations to those guys. Right, rolling on to race 36, another final in the, this is a mixed one in the big boats. We see them out there on the water. So 3 crews in it. It's a straight final. New Zealand lane 4, Australia lane 5, and New Zealand in lane 6. So just looking at the athletes, look at this New Zealand crew of Padrook, Brown, Nataki and Lawson. And then you look up into lane 5, Wills, Drake, Clues, Locke and Morris. Ooh, there's some horsepower in that crew. Just as they Some of the cruisers jumping on the water there now. The Australian crew looks like they're ready to hop on the water, just readjusting those footwells, footrests. They've been called into the start. So we just heard over the radio, which is good news, that now we've got 2 Australian crews in there into this event 36, the under 21 mixed K4. So we got an Australian crew in lane 3 and 5 now, and 2 Kiwi crews in New Zealand, lanes 4 and 6. Mate puts up a fight now. To see 2 Australian crews leaving the pontoon now. I can see the 2 Kiwi crews out there. So they'll be called into the start. As they slowly come into position now, the 2 Kiwi crews, they don't look great with that silver fern on the bow of the boat. All in their black singlets. And the 2 Australian boats coming in now. Looking like 2 big great whites ready to pounce. Slowly does it. Okay, so this race was due to go at 2:15, just a little bit behind time as we had to get some of the athletes out from the other team boats and set up the K4s. I think we can live with that. So Australia in lane 3, you'll probably see if you looked on your program, they weren't initially in there, but they're certainly in there now in the white boat. To their right is New Zealand in lane 4, and the other Australian crew just backing in there now. Wills, Drakes, Clues, Locke and Morris, and out there in lane 6 already in the blocks, that's Padroop, Brown, Nataki and Lawson. Australian crew just draw stoking their bow over, get down the middle of the lane. Just this very fickle wind just seems to be, was a lovely tailwind, now it's just swung around to the side again. Just as Australia just draw stroking their bow around, very professionally done. Couple more. The other crew's doing the same, just to stay on down the course. Right. Looks like we might be ready for a start momentarily. All 4. This is a final, folks. This is the under 21 mixed K4. Good clean start away. Just a little bit slow. Out was the Australian crew over there in lane 5. Will, Grace, Clues, Locke and Morris. But they're into their work now. Down here on the inside, the new Australian crew that was just put into the program going very, very well indeed. On the outside, look at them kick on that. New Zealand coming down over there in lane 6. They don't have a number on their boat, but it's going to be very close here for first, second and third. I think I might just give it down here on the inside. Lane 3 probably just got up. Aren't they happy that they put that boat in? Weren't initially in the program, but they've got up for a gold. I think it was lane 3 Australia. Then over the far side there, Padroop, Brown, Nataki and Lawson, and I think then the second crew, they were slow out of the blocks, wasn't very uncharacteristic for them. So that was Wills, Grace, Clues, Locke and Morris. But I think certainly Australia on the inside here, lane 3, got off for that final. Okay. Another final coming up, event 37. Ready to go at 2:40. So that's 20 minutes away. So we'll just have a wee break. These K2s and they sort themselves out. ready for a start. This has got some exciting races coming up. So we've got event 37, the under 16 mixed K2 200 metres. So 8 boats in it, and look at them all backing in there. We've got Singapore in lane 1, New Zealand in lane 2, Japan are in 3, New Zealand 4, Australia in 5, we've got New Zealand in 6, Australia in 7, and Japan over there in lane 8. Just waiting for lane 6, New Zealand getting there. So this is the under 16 mixed, male and female paddlers in any order that they see that the boat runs the best in. They're all set, ready to go. And a good clean start here. Look down here in lane 1, Lim and Ching got away well. In fact, they got away very well indeed here on the inside lane. Barnes and Monk on their right, but going very, very well indeed. On the inside is Singapore, and just looking over there now to lane 8, Adachi and Sugimoto from Japan, having a very lonesome race out there, but no doubt about it, folks, down here in lane 1 going well. It's Lim and Ching going to cross the line first. It's going to be perhaps lane 2, New Zealand, Barnes and Monk up for second. Very close to call for third, but I'd certainly give it to between lane 5. That's Jacob and Kittingham. And over there, Japan, Adachi and Sugimoto. Excellent racing. Down here, sneaking all the way through Singapore. Great start, out of the blocks, held it to the end. Congratulations to them. That was the under 16 mixed K2. Here's an exciting race coming up, folks. The under 18 mixed K4, 200 metres. So lane 1, we have Australia, and lane 2, New Zealand, lane 3, Japan, lane 4, New Zealand, lane 5, Australia, lane 6, Japan, and in the outside lanes 7 and 8. Just the Australian crew here that are in lane 1, just leaving the pontoon now. They'll just go paddle straight to the start, no doubt. Here come the other big boats. This is going to be exciting, seeing the eight crews in here. Definition of a K4 200. This is going to be quick, wasn't it? They are so fast. Gosh, this tent's busy down here. Terry Newsom and his guards. Weigh the boat, dry the boat, weigh the boat, dry the boat. It's what we must do. Keep it all fair. They're coming through now. Australia have left. They just go straight down into lane 1. Straight into the start, please, Australia. Instead of going around the pontoon, turn left, sharp left, sharp left. Well done. I think having those 2 Singaporean crews out there in lane 7 and 8, and we just know how fast they're out of the start. This is going to be tough on the rest. They're going to be another. In fact, they're probably only going to be focused on one another. And if they go out so fast, they're going to drag the rest of the crews with them, trying to keep up. Only over 200 metres. You can see that finish line. You can smell that finish line. And they're just going to go. They're going to go for it. We know that. It's just up to these other 6 crews. Just the 2 Australian crews now just backing in here. Lane 5. That's Australia. Bailey, Dunbar, Bennett and Simone. Alright, just waiting for lane 1, our Australian crew. Right, looks like we're all ready for a start. Look at, doesn't that look a beautiful picture? Sight to behold. It is from up here, the sun shining on them. We had some amazing shots. The beautiful shot we had earlier on the, I think it was Saturday, where the big rainbow came across, dark, and the sun came out. That was pretty spectacular. And we're away cleanly. I just can't help but look over there at those 8 vests of Singapore. But great start down here. Lane 2, New Zealand, a very good start indeed. Also over there, Australia, lane 5 going very, very well. But it's going to be close down here on the inside. Australia in well into their work now, as is New Zealand. It's these 2 boats, but can New Zealand hold them off? I think they might, folks. It's going to be New Zealand take the gold from Australia in lane 1, and I'll give it to Australia up there in lane 5 for 3rd. Well done to that mixed crew. New Zealand in lane 2, up for the gold. Australia here in lane 1. Certainly the silver, and I think it's the other Mixed crew of Bailey, Dunbar, McBennett and Simone over there in lane 5 who got up for third. And just like that they started and just like that they finished. So very quick. Right, we've got one more race and then we're going to have having little wee bursts here of 4 races at a time. And then we're going to have probably a half-hour break. Still in the 200 program. So we've got the under 21 mixed K2 200. In lane 2 Australia, lane 3 New Zealand, lane 4 Australia, lane 5 and 6 is New Zealand, and out there in lane 7 is Australia. So 3 Aussie crews, 3 Kiwi crews. It's almost like, can we watch it a little again or have a little bit of a longer race because it's so exciting and it's all over so very quick. Oh, good to hear the applause as they come in. Well done to that Kiwi crew. Interesting composition. Got one of the ladies stroking it, 2 blokes in 2 and 3. And in the boot, in the power seat, got to be Graham Morley for sure. Just exciting to see the camaraderie between these teams, certainly amongst their teammates, but also amongst their fellow international competitors. They know one another well. Of course, as they get older, when they go into training camps and around Europe, you get to see one another. All right, we're going to get this mixed K2, 21 and under, underway. Then we're going to have a wee half-hour break. So no crew in lane 1. We've got Australia, Smythe and Clues in lane 2. We've got Garrett and McGuinness from New Zealand in lane 3. There's just been a bit of a crew change in Australia. We've got Will Grace and Agar in there. We've got New Zealand, Brown and Lawson, Purdue and Nataki in lane 6 for New Zealand. And Australia, we have Morris and Lockyer. A good clean start. The last race for this session, event 39. All out of the blocks. Still no one really showing away here. Maybe just down here now, Australia in lane 2. And Australia over there, Wills Grace and Agar going very, very well. So it could be Aussie here, 1 and 2. Coming through maybe. Yeah, it looks like certainly lane 4, Australia, Wills, Grace and Agar making no race of it. And also coming home, lane 2 up for second and across there. And lane 4, New Zealand, Australia was it? Could have been in Australia. Oh, I don't know who got up for that. 5, 6, no, it was a New Zealand team, Purdue and Taki, I think. Could have been almost up for an Australian clean sweep there. And I think one of the New Zealand crews from lane 6 might have got up and spoilt the party. Alright, we've got a wee break now for about 40 minutes, coming back for event 40 at 20 minutes past 3 for the under 18 mixed K2 200. And I think, folks, we've got 4 races to do. Only 4 races to do, and we're done and dusted. Got some relays coming up. Got 3 relays coming up. It's always fun. We were watching those yesterday. Right, put some music on. We're back at 3:20 for the under 18 mixed K2 200. welcome back, folks, to the last session of today. And I've got to confess, we've got our under 18. I don't have a lane draw. If somebody could just quickly whip me up a lane draw, that would be good. So it's the under 18 mixed K2 200. Just gone onto our app and I can't find it there. Here we go, it might be that one there. Not sorry, I've got the heats, but we haven't got the final. So event 40, the under 18 mixed K2 200. Can I hear footsteps running up the stairs with a draw, please? Oh, we've got a false start. That might... Okay, that's the first time a false start's come in handy for me. Got to have a run down the stairs and got the lane draw. Yahoo! So, lane 1, New Zealand, lane 2, New Zealand, lane 3, New Zealand, lane 4, Australia, and lane 5, Australia, lane 6, Singapore, lane 7, Singapore, lane 8, Singapore, and out there in lane 9, Japan. Good clean start here. So lanes 1, 2 and 3, New Zealand crews. Great, oh look at that crew. Lane 5, Heaton Armstrong and McBennett from Australia going out very, very well indeed. But just down here on the inside, Chamberlain and Joyce also going very well, and 2 over from them, Morley and Gilbertson. Could be Morley and Gilbertson going very well. It might just be Morley and Gilbertson in lane 3. Close blanket across for 3, 4 and 5. Lane 5 coming up. It could be lane 5. In fact, I will give it to lane 5. Heaton Armstrong and Bennett from Australia. Morley and Gilbertson maybe second. So unofficially, Heaton Armstrong and McBennett from Australia got up for first. Maybe Morley and Gilbertson from New Zealand on the inside lane here for lane 3 got up for second. And Jensen Rice, Australia, over there in lane 4, up for third. We'll leave that officially. And maybe, just maybe, it was probably Singapore in lane 6 that got up for fourth. So that was the under 18 mixed K2 200, right? 3 events to go, event 41, and then we're into a couple of relays, which is always fun. Relays mixed, 3 men, 3 women. So here we have, it's nice to finish off on an Anzac meet, 2 crews for this under 21. I'll get it right yet. So we've got 3 relays coming up. Event 41 is the under 21 mixed relay of 3 men and 3 women, of which there's 2 crews. Then we go to the under 16 mixed relay again, 3 men, 3 women. And our last event at 4 o'clock is the under 18 mixed relay. So first up, the under 21s, then the under 16s, and then the under 18s. I had to laugh at myself. I'm getting tired, folks. I ran downstairs, something I needed to do, and I was downstairs. I was speaking to somebody, and I come upstairs, and I thought, what did I go downstairs for? I forgot what I went downstairs for. And I just remembered I went downstairs because I wanted to go to the loo. Getting tired. So just while we've got a wee break here, I'll put the music up. This event, when's it ready to go? At 3:30. 2 teams in it, Australia and New Zealand. I'll be back momentarily. 3 races and countdown. So we're got the under 21s. I see them all out there on the water. It's going to be, this is going to be fun, in all honesty. 3 men, 3 women. So we actually had a few disqualifications yesterday and the day before. So you want to time this right. Let's finish on a high note. So in lane 4, closest to us, Australia, Bates, Willsgrace, Edgar, Clues and Locke. And for New Zealand, McGuinness, Cox, Garrett, Perdue and Brown. Just crossing the line. Just while I've got 2 minutes, I'm going to take the privilege here to do a wee shout out to my class. I don't know if they've got much work done today, but they've been listening to the Palangi on the live stream. So hope you did get some work done, and thank you to Terence for taking the class. See you guys on Wednesday. Saw your photo of you in the drainage pit, so you've done a little bit of work, I know. I do have a life, not just looking after you lot. This is the more exciting part of my life, kayaking. So the relays, under 21s, then the under 16s, and then going to finish off at 4 o'clock with the under 18s. It's a 200 metre. This is going to just test their mettle. Yesterday the hundreds, over the hundreds, and if that wasn't fast enough, so 200s. $1,200 metres. Would that be right? It would be, wouldn't it? 1,200 metres worth of racing. Be interesting to compare the times over 1,000 and a K1 for these relays. It's good that we do the under 21s first, the older of the age groups, because then they can help with loading up the trailer. Hint, hint. Looks like we're ready to go. Starting down here on the finish line, I made this mistake looking up to the start, and next minute out of my peripheral vision, what's this happening? So looks like they're coming up to the start now. Here we see Australia in lane 4. So by the looks of it, we're going to lead off with 2 lads, followed by 2 ladies, and maybe 2 lads again. So they've all squared off, males against males, females against females. And it looks like, looking up the course, it's going to be the ladies that are going to bring it home. They're going to anchor it. So as with many of the relays, the magic line, of course, is the finish line and the 200 line. Or the can't be a 200. We got them down as 200, so they must be 100s, surely. Otherwise, it'd be starting back at the pontoon. We'll get that one right. So there must be 100 over the 100. Just waiting for these boats to clear down for the next race, so we don't get any wash going across the course. So you don't want to be across that line before your team member, your countryman comes in. That'd be like dropping the baton. So we see them sitting on the line. So lane 4, Australia closest to us, poised, ready to go. They're sitting on the line. This is a good chance to see a close-up of a start. If you haven't seen one already, this is how it's done. Just both bows just snuck through the line there. They just backed it up. Oh, we've just got one of the athletes up the top as they were waiting, have decided to fall in. So we're just going to have to wait for them to pop back in their boat. Here comes the IRB, the rescue boat. They'll stream up the middle of the course. So just a little bit of a hold up here, folks. It's only fair. We need everybody in their boats for a relay because it'll be over within a hiss and a roar. Quite competent swimmers' boat. Must be good surf clubby there. They're almost made it back to the pontoon.
Did you drink enough to miss me? Or did you miss me enough to drink? Did you mean it when you kissed me? Hope you missed me enough, missed me enough. Hand me the bottle, let's drink up tonight. Got your hands on the throttle, drive us back in time. So we're just kids again.
Sorry, folks. Switch the microphone on, John. It's Australia here in lane 4. Done a John Macbeth, haven't I? Been calling the race without my microphone on. Sorry, folks. It's tired, been a big day. Just a tap on the window. Thank you to my man there. Anyway, after that, it was pretty exciting up here, I tell you. I enjoyed the call, so well done to Australia. Could have been up here all day doing that. Everybody would have loved it. Right, it's staying. I'm not going to turn it off now. Stuck with it. Sorry, folks. Well done to Australia. Close racing. I was just saying that all those changeovers looked good. They looked really well. But I think Australia really did have it from the start to the finish. Kiwis pulled them back little bit by little bit. Well done to those ladies in the anchor leg. So that's the under 21s out of the way. Let's finish on a high note, John Mack. We've got 4 crews in here for the under 16. We've got lane 3 Australia, lane 4 Singapore, lane 5 New Zealand, and lane 6 Japan. Two events left on the program.
Can I have all the crews in their groups so I can see when you've got a full set? Three cameras at the set. Singapore needs in lane 4. Singapore in lane 4.
Alright, we've got the all clear. Start going live. And lane 3 just in on the inside. We've got Australia. And then on their left, lane 4, Singapore. Over there in lane 5, New Zealand. And then over there in lane 6, Japan. That's a lovely line just as they're coming up. A little bit of a head start. Headwind. There's gentleman rules here. Just waiting for Japan to come up. Australia looking pretty. Ooh. And a good clean start. Good start down here in lane 3 by our Australian. That might be Alice out of the blocks very quickly. Also the Singapore athlete, but going also very well over there. Lane 5, McKendry from New Zealand. So the 4 lads are away. as they come through the line. The girls are getting a run up now, cutting the line. There they go. Great start from a stroll in Australia. Took a swim. Tough going for them. Now it looks like over there in lane 6, could just see that happening in slow motion. And that's a good, honest run-up from Japan. They might have just left that a little bit too much, because Singapore in lane 4 have taken the lead. The Kiwis might come up here into second spot. Just the Australian athlete there in lane 3. Just come into the side there. Just come on in. Here we go. The next changeover. It still looks like Singapore here in lane 4. The Kiwis making a charge in lane 5, coming back at Japan for this under 16. And that's a good honest cross the line. That's a good honest cross the line. And here we go. This is really our first male versus female. Great head start. New Zealand takes the lead. But it's going to be two guys coming home for the finish. They're going to hunt down female athlete. She's away. These blokes are going to have some work to do. It's exciting seeing this. Can she hold him off? He's closing in fast. He's closing in fast. He might just have luck. She's digging it in. Just got another boy length to go. I think he might do it. I think he has. Good effort. Well done to Singapore in lane 4. Motor down. Our Kiwi athletes are there in lane 5 for the under 16. Oh, Australia. Just, you could see that happening and you feel for them, don't you? Your last, how are you going to remember that? Went to New Zealand on my last event of the day. I was a little bit warm, so I decided to go for a swim. So we're just clearing the course. All our fellow team athletes, you fell in, you can get your own way to the shore. There she is, swimming with her paddle. Congratulations. Commiserations, Aussie. I'm sure you would have been in the hunt. You've performed well, these under 16 age groups. You ought to be very, very proud of yourselves. That's for sure. Because I know your coaches will be. All right, that brings us to one event left on the day. If you've got anything left in the tank, come on down, empty your lungs out. Let's have a good scream. Hey, it's pretty exciting to watch. Been a big day, big weekend for a lot of these athletes. So just maybe waiting here for now to 4 o'clock. That's in a few minutes time. So in lane 3 for the under 18 relay, Australia in lane 3. I think it's very fitting, we've got all the countries in here to finish off on. So Australia lane 3, Japan are in lane 4, Singapore in lane 5, and the Kiwis are in lane 6. I look down there and I see Ferguson, McGibbon, Morley and Chamberlain. So exciting. Okay, folks, just while we've got a little while for event 43, our last event. So, we have prize giving at 4:30. We all know where that is, 4:30. Now, please make sure everybody's to turn up. Get all your tracksuits on, your country tracksuits, because as soon as prize giving's off, where everybody, absolutely everybody involved, all the teams, we want you up on the dais. We're probably going to have to pull down the Waipa tent because I can see a little bit of a shade happening on there, because we're going to get a photo opportunity, a huge big photo opportunity. We'll send that to the ICF. And then we're going to have a short closing ceremony as soon as that photo opportunity's done and dusted. So, according to Karen, she who must be obeyed, of course, if you have had anything to do with this regatta, holding the boats, weighing the boats, wiping the boats, coaching, racing down the course, driving the boats, we want you in this photo. So can we get the mums and dads come down? I think we may have to at least pull that tent up, the Waipa tent, after the medal ceremony, so we can get the sunshine. Everybody looking into the sunshine. Won't take us long, I'm sure. Oh, look, there's a lovely opportunity there. Singapore. Look at those smiles. They're taking home some good memories. So our last event is the under 18s. There's the pontoon. They're all on the water now. It's been a big program, as I say, huge program. I'd love to go through, see how many races some of these athletes have done. Between John Macbeth and myself on over there, our Kayak Nationals, the names just keep coming over and up and over again. And similarly here in the Asia Pacific Sprint Cup, same thing happened.
I love the best, ain't no other place I'd rather be. And kiss those lips and hold your hand, I wouldn't trade places with Superman. Yeah, I'm on top of the world when you're next to me. Gonna love you so right, girl, let's do what shadows do in the night. Let's get lost in the sheets, yeah, you know just what you're doing to me. Don't you know that I love waking up next to you, waking up next to you, spend my whole life in love, waking up next to you, waking up next to you, waking up next to you. Waking up next to you, spend my whole life in love, waking up next to you. Don't you know that I love waking up next to you, waking up next to you, spend my whole life in love, waking up next to you, waking up next to you, waking up next to you, waking up next to you. When the days are cold and the cards all fold and the saints we see are all made of gold, when your dreams all fail and the wounds we have are the worst of all, and the bloods run stale,
hold your boat.
So all athletes have been called to the start line. Looks like we've got our 4 athletes here. We're all starting off with the blokes in this under 18. And the first thing I did was make sure, John, the mic is on in the on position. Might be nice to finish on a high note. So here we go. The last event of the Asia Pacific. Beautiful day. We've had all the weather thrown at us. We've had rain, we've had wind, as we say here, in the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa. If you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. So lane 3, Australia, got a little bit of debris in his lane, well within his rights to just go and clear that out. Japan over there in lane 4, looking very composed. Look for the Singapore, great starts. And over there in lane 6, New Zealand, the under 18. He's not getting away with it, is he? All eyes are on him. And we're away with a clean start. It's only fair. Had to wait for our Australian athlete just to creep back a bit. But great start nonetheless out of him in lane 3. Going for it. Going to all change over, it looks like, here to the female athletes. As look like a good change there. Good clear changes as all the ladies are off. Oh, a little bit of that was a good clear change from the Japanese athlete. They don't want to get disqualified. But coming down here now in lane 3 for the under 18s, it looks like Australia. Another good clean change from them. Look at this run up for New Zealand. He's away. He took a big run up. Singapore, there was a good closing of the gap there with our New Zealand athlete over there in lane 6. But it's certainly Australia. We all change back over to the blokes. All the blokes are getting the headwind runs. The ladies are coming home with a tailwind. Oh, we've got a bit of a mix-up here because it looks like the Singapore, we've got a mix-up of the sexes here. We've got one of the blokes, I think, in lane 5, I think, mowing down the course. Another good change here. Lane 3, well done. Look at this run-up. Oh, he's needed it too. That was a good, honest change. Flying past. So it's certainly Australia in the closing stages. One more change. And it's going to be the ladies bringing it home. She did not so much of a run up here. Different techniques, different styles. As I say, the horses for the courses. We prefer to just make sure we're sitting on the line. And here we go again. Singapore flying home. I don't think they're going to do it this time though. They certainly mowed us down in the under 16s, but we've just got too much of a lead. Australia take it out again. New Zealand hold on for second. Singapore up for third, and coming home now in 4th place, Japan. Woohoo! That's it. Well done, those teams. That brings us to a close of this Asia Pacific. So, Folks, it is 10 past 4. At 4:30, 20 minutes, we've got our prize giving. And then we want absolutely everybody on that dais who have had something to do with this regatta. You know who you are, and we know who you are. No camera shyness in this. We want to send it off to the Canoe Federation. Show them, you know, very successful, and I think it's been very successful. We get by with our volunteers, don't we? So we got our prize giving at 4:30, then a big photo, and then we're going to have a very, very short closing ceremony. So all the boats are going up to the trailers. The long shadows are coming through now, seeing the jackets on. The last warm down for the teams. And just while I remember, please bring your, this is of course all the managers as well, make sure you've got your tracksuits on, your country tracksuits.
Sun goes down and your shadow gets long on the ground, and it's all for fun, cause you're not around, but I still hope I'll be